hello and welcome back, everyone. I thought we would. It's been a while since we played England. I thought we should give them a little bit of some love. It's been quite a while since we played any of the top tier flavor nations because we did that on release. And the what is it? The 100 Years War has been. I'm used to moving around with WASD now. The 100 Years War has been updated quite a bit since we last played it, and so not sure exactly how we're supposed to play it. We also have a strategy that I think is probably pretty good. I don't know if we play long enough for this to be a thing, but someone in the Discord has pointed out, not really to me, but just in general, that there are amazing slave raids. Morocco, I think, there's basically two countries that get access to slavery on their tech, as far as I understand now. There's maybe more in the wings, but I don't have every single tech memorized. The Ottomans get it. If you flip Turkish and you go Rise of the Turks, you will get access to slavery, because you will get access to Legacy of Osman. Morocco double dips. Morocco has not only the continental tech, which gives them slave raiding, they also have amazing slave raids, which give them slave raids. And so, we have ideas of doing that as England. Also as England, I forget exactly where in their content this is. Actually, it might not even be explicitly on their content, it might just be in the consumption. Yeah, I think this is just something that's in the files. There's a lot of different pops that consume different amounts of stuff, including pops from different religions. Anglican pops consume more fine cloth if they are clergy. So we are thinking we might go theocratic England. I do not know. Weird patch. Black Death non-existent. Hello, hello. Hey, Keefs. Hey, BNK Pocus. So, also this patch, I think that the levies are pretty good. Probably from England. Initiative seems better than it has in the past. And so, we'll be getting some content. Man, heavy infantry power just start out with 20% or 10%. There are some other things in here that are pretty good. It's been a hot minute. I think that we have max tax from one of our laws, but we have to get rid of it early because the negative crown power is a bit annoying early on. Although they've taken the omega tax efficiency nerf off of negative crown efficiency, or crown power that's low, so it's really not even that bad anymore. Hey Sync, how's it going? Oh wow, you got a new color on the membership thing. What does the color even mean? How's it going? How many wigs do you have? Just the one. Playing EU5, am I hallucinating? It's only been 18 days since I've played it on stream. But, we'll get some export efficiency. Bill of Rights, I think, gives max tax. Max tax is pretty good. They also, like, I feel like they changed tax efficiency, or I'm just going crazy, where now it doesn't produce free money, but it just lets you tax the people more. Which is a slight distinction, but it is probably important. Magna Carta is probably just bad. I think you have to go serfdom on this patch. Another reason we wanted to play England is because wool got reworked, and then it got reworked again. Max tax for nobles. That's that thing that makes us want to go serfdom, eh? So, I do think that we probably can get a decent squeeze out of serfdoms. Don't we have unique laws? Wow. Ordinance of the Laborers. Progress towards serfdom, that'll help. We will not exempt anyone from the poll tax. Those two kind of cancel each other out. They might be mutually exclusive. We have some other content. Oh, I forgot about this. The dominion subject type allows you to stack more subjects than you'd otherwise be able to. There's also the super OP if you start out as Scotland for forming Great Britain. But it like drops off after you have a certain number of locations. The Shires of Scotland is insane. So if we were doing a contained Great Britain run, that would maybe be the way to do it. Although max rural control is kind of becoming increasingly ass. Or it's not ass, it's a strong modifier, it's just increasingly irrelevant because you just urbanize everything now with the new urban rights, so. I'm doing great, although it's laundry day, so I'm occupied with that. Laundry day do be a thing. You have to fight people for in the complex for the things. Serfdom is OP dispatch? Yeah, they buffed it, and then it was already. I'm not 100% like sold that it was better before, but I think that it was just better before, probably. The thing is, free subjects in a phasic sort of free subjects is worth more, right? If you can consistently get more max tax on peasants. Which I don't know, sample size wasn't big enough to be able to tell. Because at that point you would like the enfranchisement. But if you can get more max tax on nobles, you don't like the enfranchisement. But the pop promotion speed's definitely really good, like, from the outside of the game. But, once you get past that, raw materials output is just like a strictly good modifier, and you just get more tax from peasant enfranchisement being low if you have more max tax. But this is just like, what is this? Who let this is, it's not like, it's wrong, I'm thinking of the wrong expression. I'm thinking of, like, the turd in the punch bowl, but it's really not a turd in the punch bowl. It's like an amazing treat in the punch bowl, where you're like, wow, give me that. Yeah. Is it true that EU5 lets you specialize economies differently and there's only a few possible and there's not only a few possible spirals? Not really. There's no... You can kind of specialize locations, but you mean specializing your entire economy? Not really. Queued up behind 3 people? Womp womp. And then someone's gonna cut, and then... Ugh. Terrible. I've been, skeeving... You've been skeeving so much from the nobles? Making 99 sat in your pops, so serfdom got much better control. Yeah, so... for every, like... There's a certain point where you can start, like, low taxing the peasants for more of this, and this gives you pop growth. This gives you... affects pop growth, although it's not saying it affects pop growth. It does affect pop growth. Or rather, prosperity does. Sorry. Satisfaction really affects prosperity quite a lot. And so, having high satisfaction means you don't get a prosperity malus. So here, the average is pulling us down. And the prosperity gives us both dev and pop growth. So. But, with England, you see that plus sign? This is something that was new. 20% local output. Now, this has been changed because the food was taken off of it. Which... kind of weird. But with 20% extra, this is kind of like a semi-premium RGO. Because it gets up to 2.9 in terms of output, and then you could put up a bunch of sheep farms. Kind of weird. I mean, I think that wool just should be incredibly good. I didn't even, like, fully notice. Kind of weird that you can build farming villages now, and they give more raw materials output, so that's going to be nice with the wool. But I thought they just nerfed it. They nerfed it and then they removed it in regards to the food. And so maybe we urbanized the wool, specifically the wool that is not got a bonus here. 1.3 previews, yeah, yep. Is this game similar economically to Vic 3? There's a, yes. I mean, like, there's some divergences, but it's similar in the sense that you have production chains and you care a lot about actual price, and the actual price is decided by supply and demand. And so, like, a lot of Vic 3 kind of understandings carry over quite strongly. You think high peasant to state satisfaction increases it? Yeah, but not a lot. We can't see it because they're not happy. So, let's kind of get started here by deleting all the forts. Except the one at the capital. You get a bonus on the one in the capital. Or it's like half maintenance. These are all gonna go away. Navy maintenance. Do we really have that big a navy? Kinda do. We're gonna want to push values. It almost makes sense to delete the navy, man. Feels bad. We can put our ruler in charge and push it. What value are we supposed to push first here? Pushing navals early is really good if you can get it to 50, because then you lock it in. We have in the past kind of just pushed communalism, but they nerfed communalism to only give you 2.5% pop satisfaction, and that's mostly what it gives you. And the fact that you can use Black Death to push it the rest of the way is maybe not as important. We're planning on flipping Theocracy for the memes, and because Theocracy is probably the strongest government type. Plutocracy has gotten an interesting thing in that it dilutes noble power a little bit. I still think you prefer the extra consumption to the cell efficiency. Gonna try and bully France? Yeah. Is it better just to go for RGO and then urban locations? Yeah, kind of. Food system still not very satisfying? I would agree with that. Peasants are 90% of your satisfaction? Yeah, peasants and laborers who are the peasant in the peasant estate. What are the triggers for the mass defection events? I forget exactly what it is. I think that they have to have good relations with us. It might be an interaction. So we're probably going to open with like improving relations with Flanders and Normandy here. But we could kill our dip spend slider and army maintenance. Is cost accord exactly keeping us? That's so interesting that they start you on exactly what you need to maintain. Huh. Yeah, I think it's Anglican religion, specifically clergy, consume a lot more fabric. I'm not entirely sure that spiritualist is better, but we have to go spiritualist for the memes. The memes. I think we can... Oh, we are rivaling them. Who else do we want to rival? Maybe hold on to that. And see who... Do some of that action. See if we can get Castile on our side. We looked to see who Castile's enemies were. And I went with that. But yeah, you are kind of correct. The RGOs are generally going to be, because they have no inputs, they're generally going to be better at replacing their own costs. Oh, interesting. We are currently using the construction manager mod. By far the fastest at replacing itself is the fruit. Allegedly. 22 years. Also, it tends to be the case that building up in the capital is strong, especially if you have a capital, if you start with a capital that's a city. If we take a look here, it's not going to take very long for these to replace their value. And if we are looking to make this a metropolis, we can kind of go a little bit crazy. The thing is that prices are going to adjust pretty rapidly. And cars outside, they're going to get loud. But I think we'll go with that. Oh, what is this nonsense? I'm saying nonsense because we don't have a bonus to fabric, or we won't in the capital. Womp womp. Are we going to be moving the capital? I guess we are going to be moving the capital. Could move it to Portsmouth. It's not a farmland though. Kind of would like it to be a farmland. Could move it across the way. We are... Yeah, we need to move it across the way eventually for governor reasons. But I also really like glass in the market capital. That game start to get the collapse going, so we'll go with that. I think we just don't have much glass production, and so making a bunch of glass doesn't make sense. Yeah. Oh, they changed this-ish. I wish it just showed supply and demand instead of, like, net. Yeah. But there's basically no supply. You have to hover the price now. Bananas OP just like a Vicky? Not like this. They just nerfed bananas. I gotta update the spreadsheet. How bad was the wool? Or is this sorting not working properly? This sorting's not working properly. Oh, we sorted by market price difference. This is more like it. Okay. Just kidding. Not used to using the UI for... I think this is not vanilla UI. Can't remember though. Okay. But what we care about is how long it takes to replace its price, because RGOs are not universally the same price anymore. So London's, you can see here, only 21 years. You got a Henley. This, unsurprisingly. But the years are worse than the, what is it, than the wool, even though it makes more money because it's more expensive. We'll float a little bit too. Okay. Now, How do we want to handle these? I don't know, like primacy of the nobility in general. There's a strategy where you force a rev here. It's crazy how much wool and iron Britain has. Who balanced this setup? Maybe it was St. Dave. Notoriously British. Right? Pretty sure St. Dave's British. Flanders is so much stronger than before. With English wool country, you can almost monopolize fine cloth across Europe. Yep. What's your take on the royal forest peasant building England gets? I think it's bad. There are a lot of percent. The thing is, the local crown power is kind of friggin' useless. And I do think this has restrictions on, like, only in areas that you would not want to put it anyways. As less than 20 dev is not farmlands. Crown power is just like a push because there's not a lot of power in these building or in these locations. The locations you would do. You're wanting to urbanize stuff anyway. So, do you want control or dev growth? And it's like... I mean, control's better in the short term. Maybe you're supposed to build this, like, in places... Like the saffron and the silvers would maybe not be a net negative. Any good content for London to make it worth keeping as the capital? We can take a quick look. It was like nearly impossible to pop the ability to build the Globe Theatre before release. It might still be impossible. Looks like we have stuff that is just going to pop naturally. The London Bridge falls down. How do we get less than 50% control? That's crazy. I don't know if there's searches with it inside the tech, though. We have a lot of stuff. What are we supposed to... It's just searching names. I think Reformation's gonna have the Anglican one. Francis Drake, very cool. East India Factory. Is this the Globe Theatre? No, that's the Globe Theatre. Work of art is a blank. Big true. I assume that's a play. When do we get Anglican, though? They have the most to parse through. Saving England for when they fix trade companies. Trade companies just should not be in the... Like, it's absolutely, like, non-functional. It just should not be in the game right now. I think we might push naval first. Alright, are there things that we want to give out? I don't think we'll just do the exploit where you just spam a bunch of negative stuff. But we have a couple things we want to give out to the nobles. You spam a bunch of negative stuff and you intentionally rev them to get plus satisfaction, basically. Yuck, Magna Carta. Terrible. So I think we're going to lead with performing a reduction. On these guys. Of course they are very upset. I don't know if we want to give out enough stuff to the clergy for them to not be that big madge. But we're planning on going max spiritualist because we're flipping theocracy. So clergy and admin will be good. Same with powerful dioceses. This will give us more pop consumption. We're not eating the pops, it's the consumption that they do. Start with most of the good ones here. We would like the prod efficiency, the tax efficiency, and the development. And the idea here is we're reducing the nobles to 0 satisfaction anyway. And then we're going to bring them back above it. Yeomanry? We might have to revoke this at some point. Not yet, though. Alright. Time to give them 2 things so they're happy again. It's thing 1. It's thing 2. Change these guys to naval. How many crown characters we got here? Yeah, okay, we'll do this, and then we'll make this guy head of cabinet with extra crown power. I think we might just integrate this ourselves. Oh, we can probably leave it. Technically, we should start everyone as a vassal and then flip them to fiefdom, I think, because it force changes their culture. We haven't been using that exploit, really. But, create the EIC. Colonize India, I don't know if we get that far. What's the main goal for this run? Kind of just get a nice little start as England, I think. But, An idea I was having was we could form Morocco and then form Spain as England. In terms of this being really strong, we're planning on going theocracy. England has Anglican, which Anglican pops consume more fine cloth if they're clergymen, so going theocratic Anglican for consumption is maybe an okay idea, but they super uber nerfed like all the clergy pop scaling. That's not girly pop scaling, that's clergy pop scaling, where before you used to have a lot more sources of possible clerics in towns and cities, and they nerfed the hell out of it. So... levy efficiency from Magna Carta, probably only reason to keep it, help with 100 Years' War. Yeah, this might be a later 100 years, or after this. Same with the yeomanry. But we could also just, like, wait out here. What is this? I think generally we just like city walls. What the hell? Why does this not show up? Why did that not show up? Oh, we didn't search the northern market. Yeah, let's get rid of these two. Honestly, like, that's so, like, that must be so frustrating for, like, new players. But who pays for the city walls? Is that not a part of fort maintenance? Just goes into building maintenance? Bro, does no one pay for... okay, no, it's building maintenance instead of fort maintenance. Just tuned in, what's the biggest change in the beta? What's the biggest change in the beta is actually, like, tough. I think they nerfed the crap out of mercs, right? So mercs aren't insane? No. Mercs are still fine. They kind of nerfed mercs a little bit. They uber buffed serfdom, but it's gonna get unbuffed, almost certainly. This is the current state of serfdom. I don't know, maybe chat can help me out a little bit with that one. I'm trying to think, I'm like, I have a piece of paper, but I don't have it in front of me with a bunch of changes. Start on Ireland to honor the potato. Big true. Switch to Scots for the dev bonus from his tribe estate. Well, we have to switch Moroccan first. We could switch Moroccan, then that. Silver Kiss Twitch, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Brother, where to start? Yeah, big true. But Anglican's probably still not like as good as Sunni. Like, you're probably still just supposed to go Sunni. Do we have a nice province? I don't think we really have a very good province to dev. The one with the saffron's maybe okay. This one right here. This one has a lot of pops in it. This is the eco choice, I guess. We do not want a crown character, or we do not want one of these characters, I think. We're just going to leave this open for a crown character. Let's also do this. We're also paying for food. That's maybe something to kind of keep in mind. Not that we have anything for him. Do we have something that doesn't give free subjects? Commoners in mid gives decentralization. Enfranchisement's gonna be actively bad. Partial yield is an interesting one, because it decreases consumption, so this increases pop growth. But that's going to let us max tax them while maintaining... We also, per, like, our flavor, start off with... Ooh... English Parliament, which is probably not good at the beginning. I don't know, though. It was no good at the beginning before, when Crown Power worked differently, and taxes worked differently, where negative tax efficiency just deleted money. But now Crown Power is not giving a malice anymore, so maybe you just don't give a shit about having low Crown Power. Because that malice was just so nasty, so you wanted to get off this 33%, but... Now maybe you don't care. And that should fix itself, yeah. Shocked to see us still in the negative. I think it's gonna change, yeah. Interesting, okay. That is actually, in terms of changes, I have not played on the latest patch, but apparently the AI is much better, and the AI was much better on, not the latest, like, sub-patch, the latest, like, 1.3.x, but apparently the AI is much better. And I've seen, like, screenshots of them, like, being, really nice. They've already said they've nerfed to 10% building upkeep efficiency. Yeah, I think even with that, like, it's still gonna be... Serfdom's still gonna be better. I think Serfdom was better before they decided to buff it, probably, but I'm not really sure. Planned storage? Not sure what you mean by that. Estate interaction, probably biggest change? Absolutely right. Thank you, Rock and Roll Joe. This is probably the biggest thing, gaining access to these. I think I might make a video on these. But some of these are really big. Like, let me show one off. This just probably should not give this amount of stab. 20 stab, and then, so like, paying for, if you pay for stab now, you're just kind of trolling. And then this gives us half of the burger's money. Late game, that'll be just absolutely insane. Why'd these guys' satisfaction go down? Did we not give out the other... We gave out 2, no? The clergy one's also pretty good. Gives 15 legitimacy. Good for giving out a ton of, urban rights. Oh, is this for us? I don't think that's worth. The other one might be England, specifically. We're almost certainly going to want to do stable port. Because I think up to 150 harbor capacity before you have 0 exit cost. Let's take a look at our procs. Yeah, that should help out a little bit. Founding of the House of York. No, not like this. Surely this will never cause a civil war. I could have sworn... I don't know what we did that gave them -15. But we want this anyways. Alright. I think we just let them declare on us, because then they have to occupy London, and they do just declare on us. Look at this, though. Notable stances. This is a little bit of a change. Do you see that you can directly join a Knight Order? Yeah, but I think you don't have kids once you have a join a Knight Order. Anecdotally, the AI does feel much better. Yeah, what is it? We got new map modes, too. And, not country disposition, covets your land. Is alarmed. But personalities make a big difference. In the game settings, you can change it to change on ruler death, otherwise it's like by nation or whatever. And the ones that are aggressive tend to do really well. Hey Spenta, how's it going? Are you here to claim for your rightful French throne? Yes, and ascend. We need 2 thrones. Just as a man named 2 Chains needs 2 chains, we need 2 thrones. Land storage is super difficult to get. Just push 50. Just push hard to 50 quantity. Yeah, I think it's super strong, but that's definitely the issue, is the pushing to quantity. We're gonna put our... We're not gonna put the navy out, and we're gonna put our ruler in charge of it. We hope that he rolls a naval trades. But this will allow us to... We are, of course, the rightful king of France. This will allow us to push naval faster. We're gonna have to, like, change laws and stuff, too. France are now preparing for war. Are we really looking for money in the late game? What do you mean? This is your high score. You're trying to run it up. It doesn't have a good use, but yeah. Just because you don't use it doesn't mean, like, how else are you gonna... What are you gonna zoom out and look at what color the map is? No, you're gonna look at this and you're gonna see, wow, that's a big number. If you have a really unpopulated area with minimal markets, is RGO growth, even no masonry, glass, or tools yet? Started first goals, or should you get basic burger infrastructure? Here's the thing. You should build whatever replaces itself fastest, which is usually 2 types of things. Usually there's 2 types of buildings that replace their value the fastest at the game start for most starts, but we're not going to have like a universalized kind of interpretation of this. But usually it's going to be urban buildings in your capital, or if a place is really close to your capital such that it actually has decent control, urban buildings there, and then secondarily it's going to be RGOs. And you don't want to upgrade stuff to, like, new urban, but, like, we probably could build stuff in Oxford that actually replaces itself decently fast. We don't want to go Glass Guild or Carpenter's Guild, because we don't have the bonus there. But we wouldn't mind Tailor's Guild, and this will replace itself in 6.4 years. So this is actually one that we probably should have had in here. But the thing is like, when you do this, you have to do a little bit of this action first, because a lot of times the target price of fine cloth will not be what it's anywhere close to the current price at game start. So you have to be a little bit leery of this fact, and leery in both ways, because often fine cloth can be better or it can be worse. Why is Dublin so big? I don't really like that. How much does this piss off the lords? We kind of want to get the lords happy. In theory, you're probably supposed to, like, repeatedly rev the nobility, but we're not going to do that. Let's curry favors with them. And pay for a little bit of dip. But, like, the answer, like, I feel like the type of answer people want is just, like, a very clear-cut answer that applies for everyone, and it's just not that. It's, like, we're using this mod called the Building Manager, and it absolutely allows it to be much easier to look at it the correct way, but it's, like, whatever is going to replace its value in the shortest amount of time. You can roll a naval trait by himself. I always try and get him in a naval battle. He can. We maybe try and get him in a battle. It's way easier if you get a battle. Best way to learn the economy, is it similar to Vic 3? It is similar to Vic 3, but fewer things like attached to each other, and like modifiers are stronger, and you don't get throughput modifiers, you get production efficiency modifiers, which is just a pure output modifier if you're coming from a Vic 3 perspective, and is very strong. Dublin be Dublin, yeah. I don't know, that guy will eat the rest of Ireland if we just, like, leave him alone for a while. More backstabbers, perfect, perfect. Let the hate flow through you. We need to save up for Royal Forest, or Royal Court? Royal Garden. Yeah, that's gotta be our next purchase. There's no gold in the market. Terrible. Flanders. Our plan is coming together quite nicely. I think we take the legitimacy here. Let's decline and do our own royal marriage. We gotta wait. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was not supposed to accept that. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. Flanders has flipped. I guess we should have improved relations with Brittany. So this is almost certainly a leak. Diplo seems actually way more important at this phase. Nice 32. When you play as France, who do you want to annex first? Maybe Normandy. Or some of these like little guys right next to you. Actually, you want to let some of the bigger appanages consolidate. You don't want to annex appanages. The appanages could declare war on the other ones and consolidate. But yeah, maybe something big. Probably Normandy. What do you think about efficiency modifier giving you less dopamine than reductions, since they feel so small and unnecessary? I think one of the most vocal supporters of efficiency over discount modifiers, so I think I had a lot to do with them changing over. Well, then you have places like America, you want to get off the ground, it's difficult. If you should RGO or get basic infra up. The RGO versus, like, roads types of consideration. Generally speaking, so what you do is you exhaust the easy opportunities for money, and then once you don't have those, then yeah, you have to start building infrastructure and stuff like this. Do you still use subjects to expand? Yeah, but it's way worse than it used to be. It's way, way worse. But I think it was worse in 1.2, no? When Biz kind of came around? So it depends what it is. Do you think it's better in what I've done, basically lose the 100 Years' War, but win the wars between, give Castile Aquitaine, kept Flanders for myself? Wait, what? I'm not sure the incentive to... intentionally loses. Cost of court's expensive. We're gonna sub-max it out just because we don't want to run into an issue. And we will recover it all eventually. I don't even know who this is. Brother, I do not want you starting a war, me being forced to enter it. Nice. What is this? This seems so easy. I guess Burgundy is the next person to improve relations with. Alright, let's slow things down and figure this out. This whole idea about building burger buildings in the capital, more or less, always the way to go. It's generally the way to go. So the heuristic is you just build whatever replaces its cost fastest. That's usually burger buildings in the capital. The thing is, it's not always burger buildings in the capital. So, like, if you ask me, do I always build burger buildings in the capital, the answer is no. It's just like, you know... Easy? Do we think it's not? What am I missing? Surely I must be missing something. This just seems... Set these guys to passive so they don't punt their stacks. Let's do this. Let's right click to select all the navies. Merge. We'll take 6K across. What is this? Okay, who's the most qualified individual? Not like this. Okay, we care most about... Don't care too much about... Morale's actually really important. Frontage is gonna... Oh, they're all gonna matter. Let's go with this guy. Can we get another general? Let's see, one more roll. You're hired. It's a good idea to expect their Piranhas through biz. They seem very strong. Yeah, they're insane. It's like maybe the best subject type. How do you even use subjects? Do you just go for historical ones with cores on another country? Yes, you do that. And then you kind of think through this lens a little bit, where you're going to be culture converting subjects that are like different language and culture group than you. So our culture group is British, and our language group was Germanic, and if you don't have either of those overlapping groups, you won't get a discount on acceptance, and so you generally want to accept people with whom you have a discount on acceptance. So this means you don't want to go for them. And instead you go for the other ones. Yeah. Sorry, and you use, you flip the culture of your subjects. So we will probably flip the culture of Cornwall. And then look to annex them or whatever. These will all kind of consolidate. I don't think we have that cooldown available. Looks like the AI deleted their fort at the outset here. I feel like I'm getting debated somewhere. Chat like made fun of me for saying this was gonna be easy. Does France just have way more troops or something? I don't know about this. Releasing Cornwall is so based. It takes forever to integrate it otherwise. Maybe I was supposed to flip it to someone else though. I think they need to rethink some laws and modifiers to push values. Yeah, I think they should do this with like a massive rework though, rather than like piecemeal patch to patch or something like this. We're trying to be fast because we don't want to be like caught with our pants down again. Not like that. We try not to talk about that one time. And so... we're trying to kind of pay attention to this, but it's looking pretty good. And we're still able to make progress here. But we see a 10k stack. That's really not going to be a problem for us. Actually, we know the size of his entire army, and it's not that big. So... Oh, we don't have access. Military access through Artois. Wait, they turned us down? It said that they would accept, though. What is this bullshit? Okay. What? Am I imagining things? It said that they would accept, and then they declined, and now we don't have more diplomats. This is kind of obnoxious as hell. We could use the estate interaction for more diplomats. What is this? I think this might be #1 bullshit. I think this might be #1 bullshit, chat. Alright, we'll maybe try and zig and zag. Wait, how do we... They have access? Do we click on the wrong guy? Clicked on Artois, no? Oh, they changed their minds mid-thing. Looks like they're not feeling it now. Rock and Roll Jewel, thank you for the 800 biddies. Woo! The return for EU5 content. Hopefully the run goes deep enough to see Anglicanism in action. I gotta check the Anglicanism thing. Like the proper way to flip. But hopefully we can get all our guys into the action. This is... Can we threaten war? Or something? No, threaten war, that's... I think a victory. Alright. We gotta be careful not to get caught here. I had the Rose of the Wars for 100 years. Had to pay 300 every month, was bugged and never stopped. That sounds nightmarish. AI France now deletes forts, that's what I'm saying. The AI's learning. They're learning, they're yearning for a victory lap. Okay, we'll go to Dunkirk. Nothing bad ever happened there. Chat bullying you? Always. The tooltip lie? How dare they? Alright, well, we can take care of him there, and then go back to Dunkirk. We are just only ferrying troops. That's what we do. That's what we're built for. Son of a bitch, this guy also doesn't have a connection in. Well, how are we supposed to do this? Don't like any of this. Rail Tracer, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. I'm supposed to do something when there's a hype train, right? No, okay. We do have a hype train on Twitch. It is a hype, and it is a train. We do like trains, but we have mixed feelings on hype trains. Okay, well, we'll at the very least get everyone crossed over, I guess. A little bit of an annoying asymmetry here in that they can get into territory of ours, and we cannot return the favor. Wait, what is... Ah. Oh, we can. Just kidding. We're headed this way. We'll put this guy in charge. So... How much does France have? So 25k. We'll let them off the chain a little bit here. They can do what they want. It's all according to plan. It's our dip cap. We're still in good shape. Maybe you can flip Anglican quite easily if you just use Admiral Succession. We want to... I mean, it has to spawn. I remember the criteria being very opaque, but we have an event tab. Couldn't use a search for Anglican to find it. So... the event tab was not as helpful as we would have hoped. I'm hoping that he moves his, like, massive stack over this way, but I don't think he is. If we just take this out, we can move on to aggressive. The thing is, we can't get over here. We need to be able to move through Hanuit or Artois. We could not. They can, though. So... oh, it's maybe really spewy, but we can land over here. $25k. What would they do have a fort? Oh yeah, food is now a massive issue in terms of someone asking about changes. Like, food really fucking matters now. We're gonna keep there and see where they do. Is that allowed? Ooh, did miss that. Loy. You can threaten an EU4 too. Yeah. You can violate sovereignty for access. Good thing I get a Vic 3. Definitely still want to do a run to the last stage. I still haven't played the last stage yet, to be honest. If I'm being 100. I've gotten, like, close to it, though. Burgundy flipping. Everyone flipping except for who we would need to get access through. But they're moving the 24k stack down, so... we could do this. And And this stack doesn't win. Unless we have help. Just kidding, we have our Trois now. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it just merged. Just kidding. Alright, let's get out of here. Or pick up the stack. They're just running out of food. Not exactly how we drew that up. Yeah, but you could see the food being an issue, huh? What happened to our good general? Died, I guess. Let's do that to get a little bit more food. Ah, we shouldn't have left them off the leash. We have a route into Hanuit won't give us access. We checked. Channel's getting too big and now I can't individually answer all my questions. Not like this. Womp womp. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up and try and pay attention. What's the best nations to DevMax? Some of the Italians got big modifiers, but I think they nerfed them all back. I don't know who's best now. But it's like a matter of like you chain like several together to modifier stack. Who's the best on their own? It might be something like China. China's like kind of the best for everything. China's not even a real country though. Why is my embark hockey not working? What is this? Okay, it's a 0 modifier. We need to win one big battle, and then we'll recover the war score. He used to come for us, though. I don't know if there's enough food in the region to support these armies. Oh my god. Definitely the diplomats. Give us the diplomats. I think Gascon's huge. It's not the right, like, in principle, we'd want to improve relations with the culture group. Cornish, we're just gonna flip. Let's do Gascon. I think Gascon's just bigger. Okay. Time to get ready. Gotta watch the combination of the food. And the other stuff. So pretty good for us as we saturate the front, but then these knights are going to do more damage. And the additional troops should be an issue for him. Unfortunately, they do clog the front, but multiple reinforcements are actually good for this because our reinforcements will tend to go into... So this is actually an interesting thing. Combat speed is actually a negative modifier. Combat speed is what sends you from reserves into the box. It will send troops into the box constantly until the actual front engaged is filled, not until the box has like some sort of filled kind of metric. And the issue is that in the box, the amount of different units that can roll to engage is limited by frontage. So this means that they get oversaturated, but doing piecemeal reinforcement is going to be better for that. Yeah, this guy's super cucked. We'll just have this guy stay here. Alright. He's got 16,000 remaining, so not quite enough where we can feel comfortable splitting into two armies that can take him. Do we have Flanders? Aren't they in the conflict? I think they're set to supportive. Oh, but they have negative relations with us. Liberty desire from events. Oh, they inherit the liberty desire from events on... Alright, well, whatever. They inherit the liberty desire... the events that hit France, I guess. Shoveling troops for food is really annoying. I recognize the game needs friction, but this is the worst kind. I kind of agree. I think that handling logistics shouldn't be like tedious shuffling of troops. It should be something else. You get a CB to, if you ask to buy access and they refuse? Oh, okay. Is the patch where the Black Death doesn't work? That's what I've been told. I haven't played it once. Is the game good now? I think the game is kind of always making progress, but none of the patches are like leaps and bounds types of thing. ETA when the game has actual flavor and systems work as intended. I don't know. I'd say that generally, like, one thing that's bummed me out is like how negative people are on the game just in general, but I think the rate of it, the thing to like critique is like mostly the rate of improvement. It's a little bit slow. How's France winning just from, yeah, they're winning from beating Brittany's army. But that's okay. Because we're gonna find their army again and beat it again. I suspect they might go after that, but hopefully they don't. But yeah, they have way more war score. Change settings to historical institution spawn and professional armies absolutely snail space leaving Innsbruck. Do not recommend. Womp womp. Do more trade. So accepting culture of the regions you can't eat is still worth the malice for conversion. So accepting the culture of regions you can't eat is still worth it. Even with the malice? I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about converting them? If you improve relations, even if your plan is to convert them, you convert them faster. Sure, we'll give them a spy network. Then we will be able to build... Garden? Royal Gardens? Forgot the name of it for a second. That's gonna help us to get a lot more diplomats, which... maybe should have been our focus at the outset here. Looks like this guy pulled off of the Reims thing. Oh god, I hope he goes for fighting us again here. I'd make this a lot more straightforward. Was going for that. Why are my hotkeys not working, man? Hotkeys, like, have been fiddly. Let's do this. Hopefully catch them out here. Nobody puts journalists in the box. Nobody puts baby in a box. That's why correct section chance is so good. They spread more evenly more often. I don't think correct section chance affects this. In fact, it might be actively bad. Because rolling into the wrong section when the right section is overstacking a box is a good thing. Did we beat up France? We're trying. What's the goal for this peace deal? I don't know yet. We're already getting everyone as subjects. I don't know what the fuck we're supposed to do. I guess taking the rest of them mean... maybe... going after their forts and getting... oh... never mind. I know what we need to do. I don't know if I have the courage to do it, though. We're almost certainly supposed to put them in a bucket. We're supposed to give them the treatment. I think we're at the point where we can have a 2 stacks and have those stacks be big enough. Our split thing worked. For sieging admin matters, so we'll actually throw this guy down here. And we'll take the larger of the 2 stacks and go after this 6k. You have to, like, really pay attention to morale, too. Looks like Rethel pieced out, unfortunately. So that might not work, actually. We could siege Paris. I'm pretty sure we won't have food if we try and siege Paris, though. Surely this guy's got to come back to his own territory sometime, right? Are we losing food? The food sitch is not looking good. Wish the UI was a little bit better for this. Let's play this a little bit slow. They have more cav than us. Try and see what they're going for. We're making hella bank. That glass will not hold up. We're about to... I don't even know if this glass is going to be plus EV, because it's going to make the... There's only one glass guild right now. We're doubling production. That might do bad things. This is very defensive here. We're fine on the food, so... We invite him to go for it. That's not it, but that works for us. Hey, our hotkey worked this time. So, should be just a slaughter. Ooh, no cavalry remaining. That's not good for him. It's so late that my comment about the CV was useless, not like this. I am avoiding reading every single comment just to try and be a little bit faster. Might be worth taking off strength of government for a few months to get rid of the war exhaustion. It's an annoying modifier if it gets too high. Yeah, maybe. I don't think I've ever used this before. But you might be right. That's reasonable. Especially because morale matters more now. It's down to 4k, so... I feel much better about sieging Laoun here. We gotta put him in the basket, though. In the bucket. Get in the bucket. much is this on the next guy? 27 on Anjou. Let's go for the dip wrap here. That'll help out. This game is completely fine as baseline IMO. That's kind of what my feeling was. I felt that the game was good on release, and the game hasn't gotten a lot better. So when people are like, come in to chat and be like, "Is the game good yet?" Like, I have a hard time like responding to them. Like, in a way, I think that is like correctly answering their question. You know, because the question they're asking me is like presupposes something that like was never really my position. You know. Which is, the game was bad, and is it fixed yet, type of thing, and I don't know. We'll just come back to amines. Actually, we could probably just do this with both. That's his entire army. As we understand it. I'm losing too much morale getting in here. And maybe getting to the point where we could do a max peace deal, but it's cheaper if we take the fort, so we're at least going to take the amine fort. And we do want to wait for our trad to tick up a little bit. Maybe we should have taken it forever ago. Point two here. Oh, we're looking at the wrong thing. Orléans, Valois, Champagne, which we can release this as Champagne, this monstrosity. Okay. Give him the bucket. Does he have claims? Holy shit. I don't think we could use return core though. Can we? We can. So that gives us 4 antagonism if we do it like that. Or Bazas here. Gives us 4 antagonism if we do it like this. Yeah, so we'll have to do that the right button clicky way. I think the provinces are all together, so this should be next to... It's not, it's just like in random ass locations, not like this. So we're going to be doing a lot of return cores, probably. I don't think we need this. I think we've like kind of won at this point. We're waiting on this fort mainly. Can you repeat the last bit? Oh no, not like this. I said it like 5 minutes ago. Converting them faster bit. So, if you have a culture like your culture, you will assimilate them faster. Let's see if we can find an example. I don't know if these guys like us. But these guys have a kindred opinion of English. Okay, so they do like us, which means that we will assimilate them faster. So just improving the cultural relations by itself is going to be useful. But what we probably want to do is, you see we have a good opinion of them. We probably want to be haters. Always be hating. So we are going to worsen our cultural opinion of Northumbrian. And now... that goes from 20 to 10, so it becomes easier to assimilate. Speaking of, I think we're going to enforce culture on Cornwall. Oh, we can't. We could do it on Aquitaine after flipping them off of Gascon. But I don't think we want to do it mid-war. Does Diplo spend money? Just disappear? Yeah, it gets lit on fire. What do you think of the granaries buff? Granaries are just kind of insane. I don't know if it's bad, though. I think granaries should be good, but I think the entire food situation is kind of weird. Put them in a box. Are we winning something? We're definitely winning. Generalist sounds exhausted. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always exhausted. Didn't historically English win this part of the 100 Years' War? Yeah, they, like, did really good against France for an extended period of time, and then they started to not do so good. Diplo-Trads is not even in... What's in the box, man? Alright. Got a lot of feeding stuff back their cores to do here. Not gonna lie, the UI for this, I think, should be better. I suppose it very often doesn't come up that it matters. We're trying to get the full provinces. fed back. We want agent back. Maybe we sort... These aren't even alphabetical, man. It's just all the return ones together. What's in the box? Alright. Getting a few forts off the table is not terrible, too. The forts are just more expensive if you don't occupy them in terms of war score. Maybe that's fine. Because these will be well positioned. And we can release Orléans. Champagne. Toulouse. Can't release Valois. Probably supposed to take more from them somehow. What's the equivalent of Vicky construction sector in EU5? There is no equivalent. They just do construction like fundamentally different. Honestly, I think the annoying part is the fact that they keep doing massive overhauls every patch. Yeah, I think the patch frequency is too... The patch frequency combined with the fact that it takes like 40 hours to run a campaign, or 20, however many hours, it takes a lot of hours to run a campaign. This is a problem when combined with, yeah, campaign length combined with the fact that they are patching so frequently, like, no, like, person who, like, doesn't, like, professionally play the game or whatever can play a full game. So what you have to do is you have to just, like, freeze the thing and just don't update your game. And just play on the patch you want to play on. But, like you're playing a different game every patch in terms of the way you plays out, but also the UI. Does the UI feel that different? The way I look at it, like, the game balance just changes in a way that's, like, frustrating, because you have, like, a game plan, and you're doing it for a reason, and then it completely changes, and it's like... You know, is the exact reaction. That's one thing that I think that, like, they should have more of a sensitivity to, you know? Is that, the speed at which they update the game... Either the pace of play needs to be faster, or they need to update the game slower, you know? $2K gold? Dang. Yeah, we're gonna get a bank from these guys. We almost certainly want to take more stuff. I just don't know what we're supposed to take more. Well, actually, we have these subjects. I don't know if they can flip away from us, but do stuff like this. Just feed the subjects. Is Suez on our side? What's the pronunciation for champagne? It's champagne, obviously. Like lasagna, but champagne. Only the problem is the sledgehammer approach on the patches. A lot of like 10x, yeah, and 1/10 type stuff. It's not even like doubling or halving in terms of the balance. I don't know. I also just like from a design perspective, like the seemingly what the objective is to get all of these perfectly balanced to me seems like a little bit of crazy making. Like it seems like you're just gonna go back and forth the whole time. Like, I liked it better. I like it if it's phasic, or I like it if, like, one of these is better, but you have to make concessions, and it's interesting which concessions you have to make that are gonna be good. Return your cores as well. Do we have cores? Are they up here? Oh. We can't return that core. If we return this core, they won't wait, why would they accept the deal? Do they not care about being put in a bucket? Hold up. They don't care about being put in a bucket. What? That's crazy. Like a full ISO bucket. I think that that's not actually the way we want to run it, though. Yeah, maybe we just do some of this. Oh, they hate that. They real don't like that. That for them is the bucket, but this isn't the bucket. They actually aren't processing the bucket correctly. Oh, that's good to know. Return core, they don't consider the loss of the thing with return core. Game not easy to learn to begin with, so if you have drastic meta changes, it's hard to follow. Something that's frustrating to me as someone who makes tutorials is how often, like, I make a tutorial and then they instantly invalidate it. He read it 10 minutes late, 9 minutes after it was already answered. Not like this. Alright, let's catch up. Exhausted, that big jug of energy don't work no more. It never worked. We're just too dead inside. Yeah. Maybe click again, cycle between lists. You can just click it where it is on the map with that map mode, can we? I don't think we can. Just wants to send it back to England. This is what the dev called a quick win. What, us beating up France like this? I mean, I think this is probably the peace deal. And they'll accept it right now. It feels bad not going for the full hundo. But, we also want Diplotrad to actually be in more, but... Unreal how much we're getting for, like, no antagonism. It's also problematic that they keep pushing out patches that have massive issues that can be easily noticed to have higher starting, if not immediately. I mean, I think that they just have a different... I'm not saying whether or not I think this is good or bad, but they just, like, their expectations of what constitutes a beta patch versus the communities are just, like, different. Community, like, wants something that, like, they seem to be of the perspective that just, like, functional but with zero balance is, like, a beta patch. And then you're supposed to, like, hash out the balance. And the community wants, like, kind of, like, actual patches with the beta. terms of what they want. Yeah, we're just gonna actually put them in a box. I think it's something like no male heir, male ruler, and wife be Catholic. There's only 20-year window that it can occur. We might console it then. The big changes to values is kind of annoying. I don't see where they want to go, which one they want to be best, which one are not. They want them to be, like, exactly equal, which I just think, like, people are going to decide that one of them's better than the other, I think, kind of no matter what. Yeah. You cannot choose the most optimal development strategy because you have to choose what's best for most people. Crazy is France so insanely butchered in just 3 years. Their vassal situation is really a disaster. I mean, that's kind of like realistic, but they don't have... I don't think there's like a catch-up mechanic for them. Is maybe an issue here. I like kind of want to wait for Diplotrad to like recover up, but maybe that's Strovici. Hey, how's it going? Is 100 Years War? Is it 100 Years War a better CB? It's 100 Years War. We weren't the one who decked it. He decked on us. We're just an innocent bystander. Can we get... I want to... If these two locations can be returned, then I think we want to go for them as well. I mean, I guess we just type them in, huh? La Roche. La Rochelle. Sans. Okay. It's 99. Why is the game lagging? What the hell? I think that we're not going to... The decay is more valuable than what we gain from the Diplo traditions coming in. Like, getting the decay going on people, I think. What's in the box? Alright. Oh, why do we do this? Wait, is this okay? Is this okay? Please be okay. Please don't be trapped. I think he's trapped. I think we trapped our boy. Not my boy. Alright. Custom subjects. Oh, wait. Historical subjects. Toulouse. Vassal. Poitou. Vassal. Champagne. Fiefdom. Orléans. Vassal. Picardy, I think, is picking up our cores if we do that. Just maybe not exactly what we want. I think that some amount of personal integration also works these days. Like, not being mono, give to subject. These guys are our subject though, right? So we'll give them that, and then Artois is our subject too. We'll feed them that. And then Champagne. And then You. Get that. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Fine. Right? 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 This seems fine to me. We'll maybe keep it a little slow and catch up on chat. Functional but feels like it's lacking something. Yeah, a lot of the changes I think just like only affect balance and they don't actually like affect gameplay as much as you'd maybe like as well. I don't know, maybe that's not true. It almost feels like they overhaul it because the tutorials can't have a meta for the game that lasts more than 3 days. This is kind of, it feels like they're reactive to there's a lot of things when I comment that I think something is extremely powerful, it's like immediately nerfed, and like, to me that feels like kind of bad. I don't like this. Cause like it makes it so like I can't, it feels really hard to make videos for the game, man. Songs of 6 Total War stream 1. I almost streamed Songs of 6 today. I agree. I think community expects too much stability balance from the beta. I mean, I also think that like the devs, given the situation, should like, given the expectations of the community, like the expectations of the community kind of like are what they are, you know, to some degree. And if the community gets upset because of the like what's delivered, it's not necessarily the case that you shouldn't deliver that. You should maybe still, here, why don't we put these on auto expand? You should maybe like still deliver that, but like you should expect the community to act in a way that is like consistent with how it is appearing to act. Oh, we could have waited and got Diplo rep. No, no, no. Alright. We want to do one of these. I don't think we're passing it. Both give a neg to prestige and the other one. Artisan Guilds is really good, but like the first parliament is just too important for changing laws, generally. We didn't even look at what we wanted to change, though. What? .5% of state stats, kind of hard to beat. Aristocratic courts, we're probably gonna swap to itinerant. English Parliament, honestly, I think we're gonna keep because it's not bad having the other one anymore. Maybe we just debated ourselves. Limited censorship we kind of like. Same religion's good. We want to get off of martial society, but it's not that big a deal because we don't have enough SAT anyways. Nobility controlled mining operations. Bro, do we just actually... I mean, I guess it's just itinerant court, yeah. God, that's so crazy. Okay, I don't think we can do one more, so I guess we're actually going to enact this. Sure. Will the box break the market? We took the market. So deny even more value. So like we maybe should have had like a little bit of an exercise in like looking at how much value they lost, but they're only at 83%, so they're losing like 1/6 of their value from Paris alone, because it's lost a bunch of market access. So this used to be like quite a bit higher, but then also that's wealth. This is tax base, and it looks all well and fine right now, but they're tracing through here, but like they've been put in the bucket. When I'm planning on going back to Vic 3, seems that what? They finished hotfixing the latest version? Someone said that the AI was... Well, actually, we should just check it, but yeah. They're done with the hotfixes. Maybe we should a little bit. I think that... Yeah, we might do some Vic 3. Oop. Did mean to, I think, hand this off to Orléans. How are we doing on this? We're almost at dip cap. So why don't we, with that knowledge, and the fact that we're just not going to pay close enough attention, we're gonna go for dip cap next. France should give an event to annex a decent amount of their vassals if they win the 100 Years' War. I mean... French tank has 10 years, 9 in reverse, and 1 to go forward in case generalist attacks from behind. Wait, did our ruler die? No. There's still a war continuing. I don't know, France just seems super dead here. When I make dominions, they take twice as much time to annex. I suppose that's maybe not the biggest issue, though. Someone wanted us to show this off. We did, but, yeah. Dominions seem good, except they're a tiny bit slower than vassals and culture converting. Did they change dominions to annex the same speed? What do you think about the... Did they? Or do they nerf? Oh! They nerf vassals. What do you think about the game performance stabilizing of magically converting, for instance, Swedish slaves in Stockholm into whatever culture slave you currently have in the city that slaves teleport to? I think this is okay. I think people know not the beast that they might unleash when they dig too greedily and too deep for a representation of pops. I don't know. Like, pop consolidation, like, I think very rarely affects gameplay, and boy does it really, really affect performance. Automatically nerfing something that seems powerful seems like inept balancing. Also, just... something has to be best. You know? I think we're planning on accepting Low Franconian because they have the same language group as us. Brabants might end up being the biggest Low Franconian guy. Maybe we're supposed to improve relations with them. Friendly, excellent. Just what we wanted. I hate that the first hate that the ones of every 10 years changing because one vassal's religion or culture changed. Now it's because now if you want to make the Roman Empire, you need to do some cheesing around to make it. Wait, what? It's always just been weird and cheesy. We do like dev. We're not trying to get free subjects, though. We're gonna do that because London, we would prefer it to be bigger. My London bridge is falling down. Worth investing time in this again? I think so. A3 main, 88, resubbed for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you so very much, my guy. But I also, like... I've never, like, thought that it was, like, a complete hot mess. So... If you're... I don't think that the game has improved a lot. I think the game's improved and it's definitely going in the right direction, but there's a lot of, like, a lot of kind of, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, in my opinion. And if you thought that the game was, like, trash before, like, I'm not entirely sure, you know, you'll form, like, a different perspective. I definitely think it's improving, though. I think that it's a game where you, like, start to notice issues after several hundred hours, but that doesn't, like, disqualify it from being a good game. But... What's happening with Scotland? The same thing that happens every game, Pinky. I don't know what Burgundy's fight is about, actually. I think this guy went for independence. But France, like, we completely got rid of France's army. Or if you don't, if you're a, what is it, a prescriptivist, sorry, if you're a descriptivist, we decimated France's army. And if you're a prescriptivist, we're talking linguistics here, then you shake your head at the prescriptivists and said, we didn't decimate it, we just annihilated it. Yeah. Oh, we finally caught up. In HTA, hates Beta Bulgaria, gets eaten by Biz, Wallachia, and Serbia in all 8 games we played. I've seen Bulgaria just get clapped every time, but I've definitely seen Biz do poorly a decent chunk of the time. Looks like they're doing alright here. Or they're having a fight, I guess, to decide the fate of the region. I mean, I kind of think that the material condition or situation is just such that, like, Biz should always just fail. But... none of these are good ports. Mwah, mwah. Or my understanding of history is, like, the notion of Biz being successful is kind of crazy. It's a little crazy. Okay, we need to spend our money. What are the best industries for not needing... So here's an issue here. We don't have any input bonuses. So that's going to make any specialization worse for us. Also, we might not choose a specialization. So paper gets constructed pretty well if you don't have a specialization. We could go distillers because we do have like the inputs for it at least. But paper and to a lesser extent jewelry and tools is also good. Glass somehow still productive. I guess we'll build that. And then let's come in and look at the RGO builder. Save us OBE, RGO builder, Kenobi. You're our only hope. Alright. Looking for low years to replace numbers. Which, shocker. With the adjustment that they made where, like, they flattened, like... They basically, when they made the RGO cost scale with the... The RGO cost now scales with how expensive the RGO is. And when they did this... or with the base price of the RGO, so it's really expensive to expand out silver. When they did this, they made spamming like silver like way worse, for example, than before. You can see here, this is 46 years to replace value. And so us building silver is not that useful. On a per location basis, as the game progresses and gets long, silver locations will be way more valuable, but when you're initially spamming out, they really like flattened the value of RGOs just on a like per ducat basis, how valuable they are. And so it really tends to be just like around the capital type of thing. This is somewhat close to the capital because we're actually getting proximity around. The marble price won't stay stable. There's no marble demand in the market, so it's just buoyed up right now, so that's actually maybe not worth expanding. Okay, so we're starting to get the lay of the land a little bit here. Also, it's 44 years. Yeah, I think these ones will be fine too. And then... The thing is, the glass is not going to sustain its price, I don't think. Fine. I somehow combine glass and prints in my head. Yeah, so as we build one more glass thing, the price of glass is going to collapse, so we can't just build it out everywhere. Even though it looks profitable everywhere, that's not going to be how it works. Beer. I believe they should revert back culture conversion nerfs and instead make it so peasants don't really culture convert almost ever. We could do that. I think that would upset people. I don't know. People will just like... People will just want to go fast. Alright. Last chance. I'm shocked we don't have like a bunch of shit to spend on. We could go for CBE. We do want to slowly eat, like, this region, but... I think also making anti-historical things almost impossible is kind of not fun, so there needs to be some silliness. Yeah, I mean, like, there's... Inside of you, there's two wolves. One of them wants to blob, and the other one's, the simulation of history. And which wolf wins? The one that you feed. Marble is always dead, even for their value. It's not always dead. Pops start consuming it over 50 development. Or is it, sorry, 40, I think. Oop, didn't want to do that. Pretty sure the blobbing wolf wins. No, it's the one that you feed. You'd be so cool. Generalist, you would be so cool if you weren't so uncool. This is true. I am inclined to agree. Yeah. Didn't they get rid of the thresholds for pop of start consuming goods and make it more scaling from dev? No, I think you got it in reverse. They made it more scaling from how much income they get, rather than just like binary. Like it's either on or off. But I could be mistaken. I am mistaken. Is Marble good now? Oh, after long years of just being completely worthless, Marble's good again. Glorious Marble meta. This tooltip needs updating, then. Truly Rome Reborn. Is it good or just not bad? It's probably just not bad. I'm probably being a little... I'm laying it on a little bit thick here. Open up the marble factory. Yeehaw! There's marble in them hills. The hills are alive with the sound of marble. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Marbleine. I'll stop now. The marble has eyes. Wait. That'll be nice for us. I think we completely killed our dip slider. Yeah, we did. We did do that. Generalist. Chat, Generalist has lost his marbles. No, not like this. One to reduce demand based on low income. A second one to reduce threshold. 2 changes. Yeah, that's pretty good. Lollard run, please. Not like this. Alright, macro-wise, what are we doing here? Do we have any cooldowns? We gotta wait for... a tick to see if we have things. This just feels unreal in terms of power level, though. I wonder if we can lose... Can we undo a truce? Excuse me. So we have enforced culture. Yeah, that's the thing. We have the cooldown. Maybe we should wait until after the 100 Years' War for this, but we're gonna do that after making Gascon improve their cultural opinion of us. And then we're gonna look up Gascon, and we're gonna become haters. We're gonna hate the Gascon meat people. And the reason we're doing this is because this will make these guys better at converting Gascon. Yeah. You see that? And that's without using their cabinet actions, which they're probably going to start using. But they're going to start flipping things English. Any minute now. Oh, it was maybe really stupid if they could flip to France, actually. Holy shit, I'm probably stupid. Oh, I hate it when I'm stupid. This also should be... change the saddle values. Let's get naval. Sir Thomas of York, we don't want to remove this guy. We don't have another crown character. It's a little bit of disappointing. Oh, this is kind of nice, though. Nice timing on that. Alright. We are looking for stone and clay. See that there's stone in this province. There's also clay in this province. What we're gonna do is we're gonna come in here and we're gonna put the mason on auto expand. And we're just doing it on one province each. Not fully spamming it yet. And then add a little bit. Actually, we'll see if we can get the mason price down. The numbers, marbles. Pitting these, because we want to have a little bit of an idea where their prices at. Last two. What if they flip to France now? Then I look really stupid. If you return all of Aquitaine's lands hold in War 1, claim throne is only 75 war score in War 2. I'm not trying to be a two-pump chump here. We're trying to do 3 wars. What are you trying to... I feel like trying to say something about me? That I would, you know, finish my business with just 2 wars? Castile appears to be eating up Aragon, yeah. Think Aquitaine isn't real, can't hurt you. Are you sure, are you gonna make a video about the Padua save? Probably not. The premise of it got killed and we only did like 2 sessions. The Genoa one we only did 1 session as well. I think I will do a video on the Ottomans. I just don't know if I want to play another episode, but I think not. Just because I think more people will watch if we do like a starting steps video. But interest in general is relatively low. So maybe that's not the case. But it's just us, like, blobbing more and more with the Ottomans. I don't know how interesting that is. Alright. They have no honor. Sorry for thinking so lowly of you. No. This is the way. Dominions don't culture convert now? Is that because they don't have enough percentage? They will culture convert. What do you mean? It's culture converting right now. I think they take... I don't think they evaluate every single tick what to do with the cabinet actions. I think value should fundamentally be around a theme or gameplay pattern. For example, innovativeness should be only good at the time to accept new institutions and suck in the meanwhile. I mean, I think if you're gonna take a look at values, we could maybe just discuss this real quick. Like, there are a few that are just, like, obviously way worse than the alternative, and traditionalist, like, is one of the kind of suck balls one. I don't think it, like, Omega... So the best example is, quality is just way worse than quantity, and it's not even remotely close. That's, like, the biggest difference. I think that, subject expansion is still good, so, like, decentralization is just, like, way better. It's not that it's, like, way better, it's just you have to do it, or you have to abandon a play pattern that's really strong. But still kind of getting a bigger sample size on that. I think aristocracy is better, but it's not necessarily hyper big. I actually don't know which one of these I think is better. The fact that you can still... You might just want a partial spiritualist push. The 50% might be too much for the assimilation malice, but you maybe are okay with, like, pushing, like, 60 or 80 or something like this as, like, ideal. But you do want to make sure that your subjects can get culture conversions. I think naval with the 2 extra governors is just, like, clearly way better. But actually, if you're playing multiplayer and you're, like, forced into a position where you have to play taller, land gets a lot more appealing, because the gov reforms are really good for land. Traditional economy is another, just, like, unambiguously sucks really hard compared to cap economy. I don't know how they changed that. They have to make, like, urbanization worse, probably. Urbanization is just so bloody good. I asked the wrong thing. Don't they always have your primary culture? No, they don't. If you flip them from a vassal into a fiefdom, like ask them to become fiefdom interaction, this flips their culture. But, like, I kind of think this is a little bit silly and probably kind of an exploit, so I don't know how much I like it. I think that kind of rebalances need for privilege. Every privilege with a positive bonus should either have a malice too. I think you could do this, but it's a complete redesign. Like, right now it's premised on... Right now the premise is that being in the middle sucks and you want to pick a side instead of being a feckless coward. What mod are you using for the return on investment? The building manager, which is, like, the better auto-expand mod. Oh, you think that's cool? Look at this. Auto-build menu with parameters. And settings you can change. And they'll expand based on which gives the most tax income. But you could sweat it, you could change it to be instead profit. If you value, like, estate income. What I'm really trying to say here is, yeah, spectacular mod. Is in-between values good? No, in-betweens are almost never good. There's, like... The like exception might be spiritualist. Like going 80 or 60 might be better than going 100, just because hitting thresholds with this pop assimilation. Wait, what the hell? How'd they not drop cores? What? Did they change this on the latest patch? Why are they not dropping cores with discriminated majorities? What are the biggest changes you'd tell someone who hasn't played since February? Oh, I don't know. See, the thing is, it's like, it's a bunch of, like, medium-sized changes, but just, like, a really large volume. It's, like, actually difficult. What are the biggest changes? I guess subject meta has gotten a lot worse. You don't want to do a bunch of tiny little subjects anymore. Like, almost everything that, like, almost every, like, meta play pattern is, like, not really there's so many things that were meta just got changed. Like, a lot of meta stuff just isn't meta anymore. A second journalist? Not like this. RGO improvement prices was big. Yeah, RGOs now be scaling differently in terms of price. I think we just go admin focus. So the best full spiritualist tag is China, which doesn't care about culture and assimilation. Since February is probably vassal spam and eco changes are the only major things. Oh yeah, they've changed scaling, where now you're scaling with economic base. And some other things. It's like a bunch of like medium-sized changes. It's like not like they overhauled this system completely, like type of thing. A lot of bug fixes and AI improvement type stuff as well. The AI is way stronger now. Oh my god, the AI before release was so bad. Like 2 months before release, Castile took like 200 years to double their tax base. And for me, this was like one of the biggest concerns. And it had been like this for months, between like the April version, and later, when they, took away, because the April version, the AI was dependent on getting way more income for a lot of the way it's like, way it thought. And when they nerfed the income from trade, because trade income used to not scale with crown power, you used to just get all of it. And so if you like built for anything but trading, you were kind of trolling. And they took a bunch of income away from the AI, and then the AI had like no income, so it just didn't do anything. And it was like you were poking it with a stick and it was just dead. But then like it improved so much before release, and then now I think it's improving a lot as well, and it's improving in a way that's like interesting with the combination of like disposition and personalities. And the personalities seems like you have a much better chance of having like raid boss-esque opponents like later on, like the AI actually doing well. Inflation's just no longer a number. Inflation, I think intentionally taking on a bunch of inflation was never good. Having a lot of low control provinces is really bad. Yes, yes. Like right now, this stuff is like actively bad for us. Yeah, see how the Glass Guild, like, it's half the income it got last time. And it's gonna go down even more if we build another one. Do we have a place that can build furniture profitably? Not that we really want to spam the bejesus out of furniture, not really. We're like, yeah, we are being very selective with the 2 urban areas we're building in are the 2 that we have decent control in. So like you just see here and here, nowhere else. God, what are we supposed to do with you, London? We could go paper. To be fair, fine cloth in London's not awful either, especially if we're not going to go for a specialization. I don't know if we're going to keep the capital in London. I think it's just bad to not move it to the mainland. So I don't know what we're going to do with you. Maybe we just build a couple of these right now, just because it'll be good right now. Like, they replace themselves fast enough that it's, like, good. We're building Spinner's Guild elsewhere, but the Papers Guild is what we're thinking of here. We're also going to want a library in the capital here. The reason being is institution spread. Unfortunately, this is not a city, so we can't build a lot of this stuff. Yeah. Can you hybridize cultures? No. Castile took 200 years to double their taxes, me sitting barely surviving after 300 years. Bro, look at your tax base and compare it to, like, the game start tax base. Like, that is just insane. Do you think light cav meta will ever be fixed? Of course it will. That's such a, like, not intractable issue. I don't know. Now, when will they fix it? I don't know. I think they should just make a free... look, if they wanted to make a spreadsheet, they could make a spreadsheet and actually just, like, have the calc and, like, do the calc for, like, which armies beat what and when and why and this type of thing. And it would not be immensely complicated. The fact that they've readjusted... So, in terms of, like, in terms of things that they're changing and, like, it feels like we're going nowhere, like, military seems like one of them. Because military has felt unbalanced for, like, forever. For, like, the entire thing. And it's just unbalanced in different directions. And it's not that big a deal. I don't really care that much. I just build whatever, like, the units that are good. But, like, this is, like, not a difficult issue to fix, I think. $25 years to replace is a bit of a time. We could put this guy out, but if we do, he's much more likely to die, and he's actually decent in terms of stats. And we need him in charge of the Navy for pushing naval. Is there anything else we could do to push naval? But, like, oh, we should have changed maritime law. Okay, okay. But, like, it feels like they just are picking numbers, and you could just, like, actually just, like, make a spreadsheet. I think Connor's made a spreadsheet. The person who had made this mod that does the calcs. It overlooks a few things. I've talked to him about it, but, like, because now initiative matters because of morale considerations. And to some degree, that's why the light cav are, like, stronger than they were before. I think it was heavy cav before this, and now morale mattering makes initiative matter because you initiative break people too quickly. And so getting on the fronts faster is more important than it was before. Rethel and Orleans. Can we improve relations with these two? Maybe fix that. I hate that one province counties in the HRE are just, they're cold, and when you declare war 100 years, you just have tons of mercs. I mean, that's like that's an issue with just accumulating a bank and not having anything to spend it on. Like, that's a issue. I feel like, mercs are dying for, like... Mercs are dying for the sin of another mechanic, which is that people, like, there are countries that just store up money and don't have anything to do with it. And don't do anything with it. Like, that seems to be less of a merc issue and more of a, hey, there's something wrong here type issue. We'll auto-expand those as well. Because those are going to be the two specializations. Thinking of urbanizing stuff, but I think what we're really going to be... We have Oxford. Let's get a road to Oxford. It's really the fastest way there. Okay, let's do that then. It was kind of bad when the game incentivizes actively giving up land you start with, although, that's... I'm not sure that's the play at this point anyways. No, I think you were just supposed to hang on to it. Because we could give up more land to Cornwall if we wanted. It might even be correct. But, like, we will eventually make use of it. It's just a drain on a country right now. But, like, that's how... maybe from a gameplay perspective that feels bad, but, like, if you want to talk about simulating empires overexpanding and then, collapsing under the weight of their own, like, administrative costs to, like, administer to, like, such a far-flung empire, that's like Empires 101, man. Since low control is bad, is it worth it more to actually push centralized versus decentralized for the proximity crown power? I think that the fact that having subjects that are big is a lot better now because there's the 200 upfront annexation costs, making subjects that are 3 to 4, maybe even 3 to 6 type provinces look like a lot more appealing in terms of the optimal subject size for annexation, in terms of going fast. I think this is a big driver for making centralization more viable, because the second that the concessions you have to make to push decentralization aren't too big, or sorry, the concessions you have to make to push centralization aren't too big, centralization is just, like, kind of better, right? And prox efficiency is better earlier on than the prox discount, and crown power is kind of insane early on. So the centralization is really good early on. Getting more crown power falls off because you get so much of it. If this was a multiplicative modifier somehow, it wouldn't fall off, but it does. And so early on, centralization is good, but if you start out with, like, no subjects, you know, maybe you're cooking here with, like, going centralization. Like, it could be okay in some situations. I think in general it's just kind of bad, though. What does liquor demand actually look like? This is probably a good question. If it's actually high, maybe we should build some of it. Oh, I wish the supply and demand showed. It's, like, non-existent. Okay. Do you recommend going around and deconstructing buildings in low-control areas of state builds? Like fine cloth and... I don't know if I recommend... so you actually should, like, never deconstruct it. What you should do is... Because it keeps the pop promotion potential, you should actually just close the building, rather than deconstructing it. But also, like, I don't know, it depends how tedious you want to get. It depends how much you want to tear your own hair out. Whiskey away from the future capital. I think military is most, I actually think military is the most important issue EU5 faces. I mean, says Playmaker, classic, only focuses on military. Maybe. I don't know, military, I would be happy with military being more interesting. Like, military just feels like you get your stack together and you, like, throw it into the other stack, and, like, getting your stack together has some choices. Like, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of interesting choices in regards to military, to me. Well, welcome to Stream Playmaker. Playmaker is definitely, as far as content creators, much more focused on blobbing and military expansion than me, if you wanted to check his channel out. Average experience probably means that benefit of having Navy on patrol the seas. Yeah, but I don't want to lose... I want this guy in charge for the naval contribution, and he needs to be in charge of the whole Navy, but I don't want him out because he'll die really easy. Maybe they should add... Instead of culture converting the world, you can get hybrid cultures. You can unify culture groups. I don't know how big a deal that is going to be for us, because we're going to unify with like 4 that we're probably going to culture convert by then. I guess maybe 5. Buckwheat near the buckwheat, just like the regular wheat. I mean, it's okay. Is there a wheat with a bonus? Ah! We crashed. I wonder if that's the mod. Is auto expansion to buildings now standard in EU5? I mean, auto expansion is really early on. It's like technically like inefficient relative to choosing. But I think that if you try and micro everything, you're just gonna like tear your hair out. Why did we release Cornwall again? Because you don't really get control there very easily. And you need to flip their culture in order to culture convert them. The Cornwalli people like hate you. And so we're just gonna flip their culture and get them back that way. Diplo spending also very important for annex. Make sure you're maxed out. Yeah, but we're not annexing anyone right now. Always check beer too. You can check beer. I think it won't be super high. Oh wow, way higher. Supply's gone up though. Did we get the road down or no? We did not. This also helps development. I think this is probably best. We had a couple people that were disloyal. We're not over on the Diplo cap. But making our current cloth more profitable sometimes is mathematically better than adding more cloth. I think these bridges are incorrect, but I feel like I'm gonna forget them. We do project proximity really strongly up this kind of route, though, so it's not affecting just Oxford, but also everything behind it. We just were already using the river. Who's here? Okay, I mean, we won't even mobilize over this. EU5 war, kind of nice. What do you have? Something that's not actively bad? Alright. Did we already? We did already get the thing. I think we'll go straight for the procs here. 20% procs efficiency is quite nice in terms of control. Oh, sorry, it's 10%. Military being fun, I think, is really important, especially for an EU4 player. I think it is a big, yeah, I think it's really big for the EU4 people. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind. The state recovery from decentralization is also more powerful than people are giving it credit. It makes handling its states a lot better. So, like, intentionally revving is probably one of the better ways of handling them, but yeah, being able to click this button more easily and all the other buttons more easily is really nice. Now that they've given you buttons to click, like, we should appeal to the commoners at a decent frequency, and then we can, like, you should just never pay for stab again, ever, in the context where you can appeal to commoners, but now we could, like, I don't think we're supposed to call an emergency parliament, because, oh, maybe we should. We lose some legitimacy, we get to re-roll a parliament, we get to do taxes again. Effectively resets the cooldown, but our parliament was 2 years ago. But we call an emergency parliament. And then... Do we need that much support? I don't think we need that much support for what we want to do. We want to change our naval law. And then here, now, we get to click this, and the clergy support recovery is going to be useful, and now we don't have to pay for legitimacy. And then we can take a look at our parliament, increase opinion. This is super free. We could just wait until this kind of gets a little bit better. The equilibrium is 72. Holy hell. But you look at recovery as like a resource. Is an annexation speed penalty offset by the subject loyalty bonus? Kind of. Depends on you keeping subjects around versus to like culture convert and this type of stuff versus just using them to integrate like as quickly as possible. It's gonna be a little bit of a difference. So as long as these are all positive, we're probably supposed to do the thing. Alright, now we'll do this. Huzzah. Go for law changes. Change this to the one that gives naval. Is there another good way for us to push naval? Is it suggesting shit to us that we can't even slot in? We need to get our ruler to have a trait and get our air on a boat as well. It looks like. Wow, we're so handsome and good at this game. IMO trade and trade metrics need to be higher priority. They were trying to cook with that at the beginning of this patch, and then they, like, because they were trying to make it so that stuff would daisy chain, and then that didn't quite work. So we have, what do we have here? Yorkshire. We have local cloth output. I guess we'll do this. Have you ever played Oxygen Not Included? I have not. Late to the party, how did you beat France in the First War? With ease. No, we ferried the troops across and we clapped their cheeks. They decked on us. I was looking at changing the meta on so fast, it's bad when you're trying to learn. Yeah, so I think, like, in particular, it's been rough for the people who, like... Actually, rough for a majority of people. Like, most people don't have as much time as I do to, like, learn the meta or whatever. And they're just, like, put in kind of, like, really awkward plays. But, like, also, from my perspective, it's frustrating if stuff always changes, because then, like, tutorials get bricked. And it makes me, like, not want to record tutorials. Which is, like, kind of a similar issue, right? Yeah. Eventually these guys will make a governor. Putting them in a bucket is not anywhere near as strong as it used to be, because they'll make governors, but they only have one other city now, and that's in Tours. Can maybe take that from them too. Diplomatic speed on the way to prox advance is nice too, yeah. The OP buttons are a downgrade from the game, I think, for the estates, but I feel like you just, like, why is it a downgrade? Strengthen government to get more income here. Wow, it feels like eco-wise we're really popping off here. It's hard for us to get up there. Let's do these two roads, though. And we're just kind of right now going feral for a bonus that... This is probably not the next best town, but... we absolutely can't resist. Go Granary Town. I'm trying to improve the pop growth here. And then auto-expand the granary. We should be thinking about hospitals too. In our urban areas that have, like, a lot of pops like this. Also have a decent amount in London. Unified culture is a myth. To me, no info of it. Well, one of the issues, like, it straight up didn't work before, but now it apparently works and gives you, like, all the advances from that culture group, which seems insane. I haven't done it yet. Doesn't unlock till really late in the game, so most people never get to it, yeah. You don't need to learn the absolute meta to play the game, though. This is true. People kind of want to know what's correct, though. We probably should be giving out more privileges like this. Kind of don't want to make the nobles pissed. It's maybe not that big a deal. Maybe we should just take the more money effective that we get from strengthened government. Just trying to get the eco off the ground a little bit. Charter of religious freedoms, any good? Ugh. The thing is, at a certain point, the stab is like worth less than the, or more than the like turning stuff off. I kind of think that one's bad, but I'm not sure what it is, what it does. Charter of religious freedoms. I'm guessing it's probably not good, just because granary rights and productions just seem better, but can France even make governors? Didn't vassals prevent you from using roads for that? Oh, that's right. Getting free stab for, basically for free / legitimacy devalues their resources? That's fair. I think being able to click buttons is like kind of nice, but in terms of like balance and what the buttons give you, yeah, I think I can get on board with that. I think we just hand these over the Pale, to be honest. We'd rather they didn't call us into this war and give us just antagonism for kind of nothing. Because they would have won this by themselves, but whatever. Oh, actually, maybe if... no. Yeah, I was thinking there is a silver province if this was the silver province, but then I was like, this isn't where the silver province is. Oh, we should have deleted a fort before we did that. Whoopsie-doozle. I think the state interactions is very EU4-like. You can shift your resources around, have excess happiness, use it to gain another resource. Yeah, it does feel like that. Like, the design philosophy, like, going into release, like, honestly felt very systems-oriented. And, like, now it seems a lot, like, resource exchange-oriented / modifier stacking-oriented. So, like, the game, I feel, is moving in an EU4 direction. I think daisy chaining is nonsense. Nobody sold spices China-ware or silk in Africa, then just buy it again and sell it in Europe. No, but the issue is, like, you don't get a Silk Road. The Silk Road doesn't exist. You make it exist by daisy chaining. People absolutely, like, when moving, like, silk along the Silk Road, sold silk before they got to, like, their destination. So, like, the being able to daisy chain, like, it's not that they're buying it and selling it, it's that the traders are, like, stopping in the location and selling their wares on their way. I do hate the supply system. Sometimes in the last campaign as Biz, I couldn't take forts because, too much starving. That's fair. Like, I think that, especially if you're not getting, like, a ton of surplus food in, like, the market... Here, wait, what are we doing? It can be hard for the market to supply food. Basically, I think that, like... I think running out of food should be a thing, but maybe, like, the scaling should be different. Like, maybe armies should just, like, consume less food. Because I don't think you want to just make there more food or this type of thing, because I think it's too easy to satisfy pops. But, like, the pops, like, relative to the armies, like, the armies eat so much relative to pops. You were going to say something about AI and Vic 3 a while ago, but you didn't finish your thought. You were going to check something. Oh, I need to check, like, how much it's improved. Because I remember reading someone being like, this hasn't improved at all, but also people are often just wrong, so... Yeah. It needs to be decaying 10% penalty to equilibrium rather than just flat satisfaction hit. For the estate thing. That's an interesting one. Allow you to be, like, less weird about it. Doesn't it also make the biz start infinitely easier if you could just click legitimacy and stab every few years? Oh yeah, absolutely. Maybe I'll make a video on this today. Because I actually think that these things are super overpowered and it's one of the biggest changes, so... And they haven't touched it at all, and no one's talking about it. But the estate buttons are insane. And then this also makes, like, satisfaction recovery, like, is effectively a resource. And intentionally revving is, like, also is a way to get, like, value. Palmer Stone, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Yeah, this is not yet cord. We could use this as the CB. We still have quite a while on our truce, though. We do like also adding roads for the perspective of getting dev. Roads connect to the capital giving dev is like a vibe, or it's a thing. Silk Road was daisy chaining, yeah. I mean, like, I think I think what he's interpreting daisy chaining when I say it to mean is like the trader only goes to the Silk Road and drops off, or to Afghanistan and drops off a bunch of silk and then heads back home, and then someone from the Silk Road moves it rather than like moving all the way. Although I do think that there was some of that going on, but yeah, the Silk Road like is not even. Afghanistan should be a rich region because of the trade that flows through it, but it's not. They're pushing daisies? I mean, have you heard of the tulip market crash? Who's our heir? Crown Prince. Administrative. How old are you, dog? Oh, we're getting there. It's gonna be nice for us pushing naval here. We're gonna have to acquire a trait somehow. I don't know how the hell we're gonna acquire a naval trait at this point. Them just sitting in charge of the Navy can roll it, but it's unlikely. Giving conquered lands to your Irish dominions so you won't have to integrate after annexation. They're going to. So we won't have to assimilate, yeah. I'm planning on flipping Pale English eventually. I think not playing for legitimacy is technically meta. Someone had mentioned this. I kind of Yeah, that the disaster isn't as bad as paying for legitimacy. I think it depends on how much flat legitimacy you can get, right? But if you take a look here, we do not have that much flat, do we? I think 6 ducats is probably fine. For the crown power and a bunch of the other stuff. But if you have like no bonuses, the disasters are maybe not even that bad. But like I think the disasters should be punishing, and also some people who don't have disasters right now should have disasters, yeah. Oh, we hate this though. God damn. Looks like we have 4 of it already given out. What's this? What? Is this Salisbury steak? I mean, a ton more food output's interesting, I guess. I think the best way to make the silk daisy chain is to make fine cloth have mandatory silk requirement. I'm not sure that would do it. Fine cloths would just get uber expensive. You would just trade the fine cloth over the silk. Because it's cheaper to... I think they made it cheaper to move, right? Yeah, you see this? Silk is not cheap to move. I don't think. Per unit. So it doesn't make sense to move that. You just move fine cloth. Also, there's definitely like luxury cloth that was created that didn't use silk. So I don't think that makes sense. How dare you say chat is wrong? You're right, my bad. I'll keep chat's name out of my fucking mouth. What's the quote? Doesn't matter. Maybe I shouldn't ask chat. They might be wrong. I mean, chat's never wrong. Too much strength of vassals. I need to annex some vassals. Wait, I don't have to do this shit. Okay, Orleans. Brethel and Roundsea. Okay. We'll get too many relations. Did they nerf it? Ah! Oh no, wait, they still accept. Okay, let's get rid of some vassals by just transferring them to our other vassals. Go get some money. Have a subject, my friend. It's time to sell our subjects to our subjects. See, now we don't have as many vassals. Yeah. This has been good for like forever, but we haven't abused it before. Just building 2 supply carts and having them go back and forth is enough to sustain a pretty large number of levies. It's tedious as hell, though. State buildings costing all your state's income forces you to play the international rev meta or intentional rev meta. Yeah, because you get to click the button perform reduction, because these buildings just cost money and light it on fire, basically, or a lot of these. Revs not being more threatening is one of the issues. 100%. They're just completely feckless once you have like a standing army. They just like can't do anything. Is this boy a lad yet? Not yet. Soon he'll be a lad. I stacked dev growth to 0.002 with no cap actions in every city. Just a pure like dev stacking run. It's 0.002, right? And normally you get 0.001. It's quite a bit. Christian clerics specifically didn't have monies because cathedrals are immune to reductions, but still cost clergy upkeep. Not like this. To be fair, them spending instead of sending it to the Pope is kind of okay. Actually, I think all the estates send money to the Pope, if I recall correctly. Disaster is actively good. It gives you prestige. Yeah, I mean, this also points back to the same thing as, like, revs should just be a lot worse. Because the disaster forcing you into a rev where you, like, winning it is good and you can't rev while at war. Like, if you could have an annoying-ass rev while at war, that would change things. And that's, like, when you would rev, but they don't do that because they don't want players to be, like... Because that's, like, unfun or whatever. You know? And, like, oh... I can, like, see it now, like, if they made some of these things, like, if they made revs really nasty, like, players would complain, but, like, you want to talk about, like, I don't know. I feel like there's people, like, in the community that just want the game to be easier, and there's, like, a really big portion, and, like, the game, like, shouldn't be balanced around, like, what I think, but, like, revs should just also have more teeth. Disable trade to avoid the things. Well, speaking of... Start getting ready for the things. Disasters are completely toothless. Twitch will know, but YouTube people are liars. And then the YouTube immediately says, chat is always wrong. But the YouTube people are liars. So chat must always be right. But if chat's always right, then he's right that the chat is always wrong. Rather than right. How can we reconcile this? Can you imagine a role-playing run? I mean, like, some things... I'm paying for legitimacy right now. But we're not going to do it once we become a theocracy, so... I don't know, swapping Anglican is kind of... a bit of a thing. Got every location at Italy to 100 dev by 1700. I don't know who writes the new advances, but they tend to just be super... I don't know. The new flavor content tends to be overtuned when it, like, enters. And, like... Did you do this back when it was giving 0.0005? On both Lombard and Padua? Because they've been subsequently nerfed. But, like... I don't know, that seems like very predictably like OP, right? Like dev's one of the strongest things in the game. Also the biz content and like is just like OP too. Yorkshire cloth industry as well. Or if we have British people in here, Yorkshire. With the Shire, like Bilbo Baggins. Yeah, okay. They want the game to be easy to win without setting the difficulty to easy. Well, like... Look, in Vic 3, like, a Rev can kill your run. Like, you can actually just lose your run to a Rev. And, like, Revs have teeth and are, like, nasty, but, like... With this, like... You just, like, do a check. Do I have a standing army? And it's like, oh, the Rev can't possibly beat me. And it's like, okay, well, just as long as I don't Rev while I'm at war. And then it's like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, like, the Revs can't trigger when we're at war? What do you mean by that? And it's like, okay. Which, I get it, because Revs would be really annoying if they could, but then, like... I don't know, what's the goal here? Hello, nurse. What is this? 20%. I don't think we can annex anyone yet. I don't think it's been enough time. Oh, we were needing to feed more subjects to subjects. Just that one feeding, though, helped us out a lot. Feed me. One always tells the truth, one always lies. How would you know? You ask them how they would answer a question of yours, or how would the other guy answer this question, is like one of the solutions. There's a ton of solutions to that problem. What would the other guy say if I asked if this door was his? And if you ask if it's the truthful guys, and you ask the liar, right? The liar would say that it's his own door. And if you ask the liar, and it's the truthful guys, he'll say it's his own door. And then if you ask the truthful guy, and it's the liars, he'll point to... Wait. The other guy's door. And if you ask the liar what the truthful guy would say to the question, he would say it's his door. Right? And then no matter what, whatever the answer is, it's the other door. Right? I probably need to work that out on paper. Ask the liar. What would the truthful guy say in regards to the door? If it's the liar's door. The truthful guy would say... The truthful guy would say that it's the liar's door, but then the liar has to switch it around. Yeah, so by asking what the other guy would say about it, you always introduce the negation, right? If you ask one person what they think, you are coin flipping whether or not there's going to be a negation, but if you ask one person what the other guy would say, you incorporate the negation no matter what. How to go to England run? Got hit by a second Black Death. Womp womp. Hospitals everywhere. Godel incompleteness is just Cantor diagonalization argument anyways. Big true. So we're gonna flip this. The cost court slider is the most lame thing in the game. Spending money should just give you flat bonuses on other things, not just legitimacy. I think it should give consumption. But here we're gonna pretend like the rev matters. And we need to, well, let's not actually. Let's not sit on pretense here, Mr. Wayne. Okay, Orleans. And that should make this easier on us, slightly. I guess we saw another subject to them. Burger trade capacity is like actively bad. Got a little bit of some discounts on some of these. Let's go with some of that and then spend the masonry out a little bit more within this province. The number is Mason. I do want to urbanize this eventually. Don't want to lose Sir Tomic of York. Bro. Then we have all women. No. Then we have John. Terrible. We're never gonna get naval pushed, man. It's so bad for us. 0.001 now. It's meant to be a slider for running the government. It should give Diplo rep legislative tax efficiency. I'm for sure we'll get dev efficiency soon to make it unfun. Don't worry. Dev already, you have like such little agency over. Like, I think it's like a systemic issue. Right. We kind of care about preserving pop numbers. So if we... Sorry. We make these towns and cities and build hospitals, we're gonna preserve a little bit better. I think bailiff here also maybe makes sense. We could auto-expand the saffron. Alright, revive the local economy. I think that's this province up here, yeah. You just get a free integration. Or you have to pay gold for it. Although in general I'm a fan of efficiency modifiers. Even losing a red in EU5 isn't that bad. Yeah, I mean, like, intentionally losing a rev is... There's probably, like, a situation where that's, like, meta to do. Okay. I'm gonna feed Chester to the other guy. Wait, that came out wrong. We're gonna allow Chester to cannibalize this other guy. There we go, that sounds better. Or this other guy to cannibalize Chester. See, now it's not our subject. It's called thinking with your dipstick, Jimmy. It's actually not affecting the power that much. Does this actually take into account subjects of subjects? I don't think it does. But I could be wrong. We want these guys to be subjects of subjects anyways, so it's not too big a deal. I guess we're gonna feed this guy to him next. Do something bad, I guess. Nice that we get that event after our push, so we're at like 39. We have another 11 to go. Or did we already flip them? We already pop it, lock it, and in fact, also, indeed, drop it. Yeah. This is another hella exploit, is selling art is just super OP. We're not gonna do it, but... Doesn't have enough money, I guess. Really easy to get 100 prosperity now with new advance. Wait, what advance? The on Sienna or whatever? That one? Presumes that there are two people that know that the one is liar and the truth teller. It does. But also if you know one's lying and one's telling the truth, and you know which one you are, you know what the other one is. There's a lot of tedium in this game, fidgeting with legitimacy stab sliders and managing construction in moderately sized nations. Stuff you need to do in a hard game is a chore. That's one of the reasons I'm a big fan of auto expand. You kind of can set it up and then forget about it. Wait, what the fuck? That's the craziest spread I've ever seen. It just, like, leapt over the other markets to here. How many hospitals do you even do? Feels like they're pretty useless except for creating books to hand. I mean... they'll save a big chunk of the pops that are there. Life expectancy in the capital is, like, worth something as well. I'm a giga not fan of efficiency. Modifier stacking in the late game is fun. Yeah. I don't know, like, yep. Completely different design philosophy. It's like the fun versus simulation. And, I'm the fun police side of things. I don't know, like, you either want to simulate the thing or you just, like, want to have something that's complete nonsensical. Like, if you want to talk about, like, let's say with Prussia you can stack 80% discipline and then have, like, 5,000 Prussian troops just kill 30 or, like, 100,000 guys. Because they have, like, 80% or 90%, like, damage reduction on them. You know, and can fight, like, 20 or 30 to 1, like... and we're talking people with similar tech and this type of stuff. Do we like that? Knowing one is a liar and the other's truth teller is kind of unbelievable. Fair. Fair. Does hospital give pop growth later in the game? You're crazy. It doesn't. But, like, if you have more disease later, it helps to deal with it. If I play to 1700, let me have some fun. The playing to 1700 is work, Playmaker. We're not playing a video game, we're going into work. And if I have to go into work, you gotta at least compensate me for my struggle. Come on, man. No, I mean, I think they should, like, kind of just decide which thing they want to do, you know, to some extent. I think we're gonna try and annex that guy. We had dreams of forming Morocco. To be fair, we have to actually get on actually taking pieces out of Morocco. Kind of. Flipping theocracy makes it way easier to form Morocco. But we have to get Anglican before we... Wait, what are we doing with our life? We would have to get Anglican before we flip Moroccan. Because then we are flipping Spain. So Anglican Spain with slave raiding. Exactly, you got it. Yeah, I mean, I like the sim, but, like... I respect that, like, people have a different opinion than me. But also, I think more players than not feel it your way, probably. I don't know, but like... For me, it's like a little bit of a frustrating thing because, in like the Tintos, it really seemed like they were going for a simulationistic thing, the most realistic simulation of early modern history. And then, like, now it's like, we're gonna make Space Marines in 1600 type of thing. Well, actually, I think they're, like, trying to, like... I think they're trying to thread the needle, but... and do both. But I think they're moving more towards, like, the EU4 type of way of looking at things. I guess we're going for taxes here. Efficiency modifiers are so boring. I literally don't care about modifiers. They basically do nothing. I think I disagree with that, but like, you don't get the increasing marginal return, so you don't get the... What you get with the discount modifiers is like an extended period of time of modifiers doing nothing, and then they get absolutely insane. But like, the discount modifiers are actually worse when you get the first few. Sure. There's a lot of crazy modifiers. What are you talking about? Playmaker's just trying to make a point. I don't think he's trying to say that all modifiers are useless. That's our subject now, so we actually don't need to improve relations with them. We could make a spy network. Actually, God, we're playing so slow, man. It's only been like 11 years. I'm sad they keep nerfing Padua's dev growth passive. I think it's hilarious how they like didn't make it .00. Was it .001 or .0001? That they didn't make it that to begin with, and instead made it 0.5 or .005, and it's like, holy shit. And then they like aren't nerfing it to the .0001. Instead, they're gonna nerf it like 4 times in a row. So they're actually just like slow killing it. If I'm not world conquesting halfway into the game and modifiers aren't good enough, that's the spirit. Modifiers certainly aren't useless in Songs of Six. Yeah, but Songs of Six were Pigmen. And Tilapius. It's like a big part of like... Burgers basically don't give levies. Let's just do this. Just to hit that. We should, every parliament, just be thinking of clicking this button. God, it's so stupid. Why can we do that? We should have clicked it at the start of the parliament. I think we're going to segregate the infected because we're not actually pushing communalism right now, and we'd rather have the disease resistance. And then we'll not present scapegoats because stab is like free now. We'll also maybe move the court into hiding. Yeah. Yeah, sure, dog. We'll choose the historic option. Now, what's most profitable now? Please don't say it's still glass. I mean, I guess we could collapse glass price a little bit. It's not the worst. We maybe should have gotten a couple more hospitals. I think we can build one more. Get it done in time. Maybe this is just a dream. We can always cancel them if, like, the plague is gone. It's not even in this market yet, though. Let's do a little bit of that. I remember songs of 6 as if it was yesterday. I almost played it today. 0.002 felt like a good middle ground. Now it's a shell of its former self. I mean, it should have just been 0.001 from the start. And been like, okay, do it actually get 0.001. When someone has one of the 0.001 texts, which is universal along, like all the countries that get one of those texts, it's always 0.001. It's never anything other than 0.001. Right? So why are we randomly just making it 0.005? Unless, because, like, okay, maybe we should have 0.005, but then why don't a bunch of other countries have something other than 0.001? It was just so inconsistent with, like, the previous, like, design philosophy. The thing is, like, dev should maybe go up easier and also come down sometimes. I like that the player can focus on their gameplay on modifier stacking where the AI is practically blind. Feels unfair. Yeah, but like the AI is always kind of bad. Any tips for conquering China as Turkey? I think you could actually get there pretty early. If you can get there by the Red Turban Rebellion, you're just gonna like uber clap their cheeks. Maybe there's a way to rush it in terms of taking maps and this type of thing and like leapfrogging. I don't know how you then sail to China, though. Maybe you steal maps all the way there and march troops there? They very often have, like, no troops, so it's easy to clap them. I don't know. That would take some testing for me to know better. Question for the one person who reached the age of absolutism. Goes imperialism in 5th age. Is this good? No. Let's give everyone this insane CB and a... Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Whatever people want, I guess. People want a blob. Should I just tell them no? I think it's like... I think that the... If you're trying to simulate reality as it currently stands, with the aid of governors, countries are able to establish more control and not collapse under the weight of their own empire in a way that is just, like, dramatically ahistoric. I think that the conquering part shouldn't be the hard part, though. There was definitely, like, conquest that happened and stretched far. I think in a theoretical perfect sim, you should actually be able to take on limited amounts of things. Like, that war score isn't a thing. Just, like, when you bite off too much, you just, like, implode. Not trading is the best way to avoid disease. Well, we want to get the disease and just have our extra disease resistance against it. You need to conquer the entire island before it happens. I think you can jump over single sea tiles. I don't know if we could do that. I'm not really sure. But we are probably going to have to deal with it at some point anyways. Maybe, Bueller. So no trade going on between these two markets? Jesus. I don't know if we paid stab to segregate the infected, but I guess we're gonna get all our hospitals up. That's coming from Scotland, so... Oh, I hate that this is a thing where if the disease leaves your country and then comes back, you have to re-spend the stab. It's been like this since release. That's something I really think they should fix. I guess it doesn't matter now because you get a bunch of free stab, but that's stuff that happens closer to the beginning of the game is probably just more of a priority. I think we clicked the button recently. I thought it was to give, it was just to give Padua a reason to stand out in Italy. Piedmont has insane military ideas. I mean, you could do that, yeah. I'm just, of all the countries that could get a specialty dev bonus, we think it should be Padua. It's kind of like the way I look at it. I was like, I don't know if it should be Padua. Kind of don't really know though, I guess. I think we... Oh, we gotta swap off the law that gives quantity, or quality. Oh, it's because we have tactical genius? Son of a bitch. That was fixed, right? The bug is back. Was it fixed? I feel like it never left. What's with the Padua hate? I don't hate Padua. I'm just saying that, like, maybe historically speaking during this time period, Castile was a more important country. Perhaps there should be some non-global dev modifier, like dev province efficiency or capital state dev growth. Yeah, let's make it an efficiency modifier so a playmaker can be upset, and then make flat sources of dev come from elsewhere. I don't know enough about Padua historically. That's what I'm saying. You can't even remember the... What is it, like, some permutation of the Achilles meme. That's why no one will remember your name. That's like, no one remembered Padua's name. Why should we give them a big fat bonus? I think we could hate these guys more. And then we should be getting a little bit more... Well, I guess if everyone's dying, we're not going to be getting any more English people. Do we have no more disloyal people? That's crazy. Okay, I guess. Because we pushed serfdom and we got more income? Poggers. Except we don't have a lot of lord stacks right now. You know, the fact that we have a universal max tax modifier instead of having to pick one or the other might even make free subjects better for us. But, like, as we urbanize, these guys will get a lot less of a noble estate power, giving them less max tax. That's, like, the issue right now. But also, they're going to spend some of their money on RGOs, and that'll be fine for us. I think building a bridge through to Bristol. Getting a nice masonry discount. Let's actually not double expand it, because we're about to lose a bunch of pops to the plague. Just looking to get more of this in our market. It is in our market, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. And kind of trying to play around promotions. That's unfortunate. Oh no, wait, no, it doesn't matter. Just kidding. God, why did our son have to die? You hate to see it. We might get rid of this soonish. Could go with wild tags for Padua. Playmaker hate is real. Remove modifiers. You're saying people hating Playmaker or Playmaker hating? We know he hates modifiers. There's a really angry Paduan out there that's hearing generalist words, probably. What's he gonna do about it? Not develop. Nah, nah. Alright. I didn't know how expensive Pisa was in the late 1000s either. You know how many people don't know about the Boogles? A lot. The West, like, we care about the ancient Greeks and the World War II people. Just trying to keep everyone happy here. We don't care about trade advantage in the London market because we're just going to have it no matter what. We can enforce culture. I think we are planning on enforcing culture on Cornwall here. Really don't want to lose our crown power character. We've made this decision a lot of times at this point. Go Granary Town, auto-expand the Granary. And now we're at 85. Get back to 100. Wahoo! Still getting to keep income here. This guy's got kind of a decent amount of control. Paper's expensive-ish. Can expand it a little bit in the capital here. Don't hate the playmaker, hate the modifier. How many times do you think about the Roman Empire? Yes. I actually don't think about it a lot. I think about Carthage. Indian empires are so weird, they never last more than 3 generations, then a bunch of India splits in another bunch of centuries. I wonder how much that has to do with the fact... Well, I actually don't know that much about India's geography. But I think that, like, rougher terrain and, like, maintaining an empire through that is a vibe. And you look through, like, history, like, most of the empires that are stable or semi-stable are able to communicate with different areas of the empire somewhat quickly. So, to the extent that the major rivers in India allow communication to flow, it's probably a lot easier, but to the extent that, like, there's a jungle there, it's probably pretty bad for that. I don't know. It's soon going to be settlement time. Need to build a chancery? Yeah. I'm actually pretty bad about remembering the government buildings. Not cooperating, yeah. Where's that spreading? Wait, what? Huh? Nearby locations, but this is not nearby? Oh, this already has it. Just kidding. I'm a dum-dum. Yeah. So professional armies is spreading everywhere. Yeah. So many things like this, like, the game was balanced around centralization being good, and, like, now it's not good, so... What do we think, chat? Do we want 10% satisfaction issue? Or just a little bit of a legitimacy bank? Can you please finish an English campaign? Define finish. Navigable waterways are huge. Mediterranean, Germany, and subsequent North America, Great Lakes system, square rigging, etc. That's kind of my impression, but I started talking about that, and then I realized I don't know that much about Indian geography. So then I kind of realized I should just, like, introduced the idea, but then kind of shut the fuck up about my opinion on it, because, like, maybe India's geography is fantastic for it. It's hard to beat the Mediterranean, but the Ordinance of Laborers, hereby drafted in response to the outbreak of the Black Death in England, declining population created a shortage of labor, etc., etc., surviving yeomanry, etc. But this seems good. Good satisfaction. Or it's satisfaction flipped, but not a lot of power, but you get the serfdom progression. So now, we could take this guy who just stopped doing this because he filled it out and move him again. Lord, we coming for that swiggity swooty, we're coming for that serfdom. Chola was a big Indian empire. I think the Probel in India is surrounded by mountains and required unified emperor to control the mountains and lost because India is split. If the Turks come flooding through the northwestern mountain, they could just flood into Delhi Valley, which is India's power base. Like, it seems like this northern region is, like, geographically disconnected from, like, a lot of the portions of India here. And, like, jungle, any sort of jungle region is, like, disconnecting. And then, like, you look at the Mediterranean and all the coastline gets connected. And there's no... Like, an empire forming like this would maybe make more sense. I don't know. Finish as what? Achieve some sort of goal? Invade India with England. This is the end goal. Maybe that's why there were separate empires controlling the north and south usually. I don't know that much about the history, but that makes a whole lot of sense to me, yeah. Back-to-back events for this guy. You hate to see it. Alright, we're just gonna burn some legitimacy. In for a penny, in for a pound, I always say, except I don't. We'll go with this. This is nice, because power to the yeomanry, in our case. A percentage power to the peasants generally doesn't have that big an effect. Oh, maybe we're supposed to use the plague. It's too late now. We probably should have used the... What am I doing here? We should have used the plague to push spiritualists. Because we want to flip theocracy. No, but we don't need to get on it immediately. That's right. We're doing okay. Because we need to go Anglican. Oh wait, that's... Yeah, no, we should have. I'm not gonna click buttons for it now. I guess we'll get a little bit there. Because I think we have... Or is this the one that gives spiritualist progress? This is the one that gives spiritualist progress. The thing is, like, the downside of this, I think, stays around, if I recall correctly. Maybe we do it for just a little bit. Get some free stab. Thing is, it gives negative disease resistance. We'll just push spiritualists the slow way, so then we don't even need to do this. Now we can just push serfdom right now. Bombay, Goa were well connected to places like Yemen, Oman, and Ethiopia. That makes sense. Southern India had a ton of commercial dominance over the Southeast Asia. Also makes sense. Mostly it was pure lucky circumstances that enabled forming of empires. Several factors like religion or the right person at the right moment. I don't know... Like, religion, I think I buy more than, like, the... I tend to think that humans have a bias towards projecting a, like, great men of history interpretation of, like, history in a way that's, like, not accurate. Which doesn't mean, like, universally, like, that's not the case, but I think that because it's a common bias, that it's worth it to, like, be leery of that. I think we annexed Flanders here. Maybe this isn't it. Actually. That's like the most valuable thing we can annex, but maybe this will be a little bit more forgiving here for us at the outset. Let's go with that for now. And then we won't really pay for much dip rep here. And we'll just tolerate those slow annex. So we can ramp up the eco more effectively. I haven't seen anyone who knows what they're doing get to the mid-colonial stage, 1650s. I may have gotten to the mid-1500s with Britain. Colonialism doesn't, like, pay off all that well. Like, I think it's positive, especially in single player. In multiplayer, it might be, like, actively bad. But here, we'll lose stab, we'll get satisfaction, and then bada bing, bada boom. Just kidding. No bada bing, no bada boom. No swiggity swooty. No coming for that booty. Terrible. I don't think we have much presence at this point, so getting some rebel progress is not a big deal. Be a nice person to give Flandern to Holland. I'm sure they would be grateful. I mean, maybe sell it. It's not really the domination of the sea trade. Part of the sea lanes, the Silk Road, which is multinational, globe-spanning endeavor. Not being rude or anything, womp womp, here comes the smoke. I don't write very well, I just thought I'd ask, I like your videos. Oh, thank you. That wasn't smoke at all. Wait. I don't think you were rude at any point. What? We did, like, one of our early, like, runs that actually got some distance was, like, I think to early or mid-1500s as England. And I think we did just scrape the surface of colonization with that run. That sounds like that's not exactly what you're looking for. I'm probably not going to play a run to the mid-1600s anytime soon. This will be nice for us. Because it just doesn't make sense for me to do that. Like, at all. I generally, I generally don't like playing past the mid, 1500s anyways. And then, from a viewership perspective, just doing a bunch of episode ones is actually, what's, meta. And it's not even, remotely close. I like to do at least slightly deeper runs, because I think that people want to see this. But, like, for me, the deeper run is doing a few episodes, not, like, 10 episodes or something. We can... Yeah, let's royal marriage here. The Crown Prince, let's go! But form Holy oh wait, that's join Holy Roman Empire. I read form for Holy Roman Empire. I was like, holy shit. What? But I haven't done like a run to like mid 1600s in a while. I think I might only have one run that goes that deep. Like mid 1600s is real deep. In for penny, in for pound. We don't know what it's like to be legitimate, properly legitimate. We're waiting for the nobility satisfaction to recover before clicking buttons, by the way. That's why we haven't done our parliament stuff. That way we get more juice. Because we want to pass this, we want to get more taxes. Is there a law we wanted to change here? Yeah, I think we want to change to peasant levies. Quantity is just too good, and we want to get the serfdom quantity gov reform at some point. Our naval now. Oh, I'm gonna need a little bit more of a push. Alright, but we are passing this. What's our truce look like with this idiot? Alright. We can't make a spy network because we don't have a guy. That makes sense. Let's stop improving with some of these guys with whom we have 200. Some of them will maintain, like the ones we put in later will maintain. Durham, where's Durham? Yeah, once Durham finishes annexing, then people will be a little bit more upset at us, so getting a little bit over that will be kind of fine. This should help our proximity a little bit. Maybe we should have tanked the estate sat to 0. Or gone out of our way to perform a reduction on these guys. But we are now decaying on these guys, so we'll just do this. We could perform a reduction. I don't think we will right now. The Holland to USA run went pretty well, deep. That I almost think is like 2 runs at a time, but yeah, that did go deep. That might have been the deepest run. Update come and then it was gone. the England run. I think I just couldn't do it deeper because it just made more sense to do more game ones or starting steps. Deeper isn't a full campaign? Yeah, I'm down. I just don't care. I don't care who you play. I thought about taking Ottomans a little bit deeper, but I think that people were a little bit less interested in the Ottomans. It's just kind of blobbing out. I don't know. It seems a little bit less interesting to me. And one of the things I wanted to kind of explore was like, oh, like serfdom's like obviously better with the dhimmi, but like now I think it maybe is just obviously better in general, so it's a little bit less interesting. I think we want the discount on... We've already founded a decent chunk of cities. I think we just want the discount on that next. Nice. We're so close. Let's push quantity. It's like all we can do is push it. Or like we need to push it and then maybe high roll some events. Who did the Black Prince die? Is Black Prince the original heir? He definitely died, yeah. Every England game I play, I'm forced to put a governor where I live, IRL, womp womp. Like, I mean, we're gonna move the capital eventually to the mainland because of the rules. So, proximity is looking a little bit better here, though. Do we need this guy in charge? It's awkward having him in charge for the crown power. When we could get more control if we didn't have him in charge. I think we want to keep him alive until we get John, who might let us push more naval. But we could remove and then do like this. We don't want to put him in charge of the army because then he can roll an army trait. Sir Henry is dead right before our very eyes. Could make a city just for the purposes of having an additional, or being able to put in a governor. I don't know if that's worth yet. We're supposed to still try and build near ourselves. What do you got going on in Cambridge? This takes half a century to replace itself. It's not quite that bad because you technically don't count it like in a linear way, but it's still pretty bad. Alright, settlements. It's not a lot, really. Bailiff creates what demands? It's like, yeah, paper and weapons and stuff. It's not that great, but... Are any of these kind of decent? I don't know if we're keeping this rural. I assume we are, because it has a wool county bonus, but, like, maybe not even then. These ones kind of have decent tax bases. And we're expecting to keep the iron rural. Maybe we just do this. Maybe we overbuild glass a little bit. And push some marketplaces. I don't hate that. We don't have very much crown power, nor will we until we get more control, but doesn't seem the worst. What a Portugal game? That'd be good for colonial game. Could do it. Golden Thorn? Nope. I watch guys play games for over a year. I don't care how long it takes, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Wait, what? The thing is like, from, like, making videos perspective, or one of the things is, like, I think, I actually don't know, most other content creators don't create, like, multi-episodic runs, like, at all, let alone, like, really deep runs. Because, like, from a content perspective, it's kind of punty, and when you get sponsors, they care about your average, like, views per video, so pubbing videos that are having lower views, like, is considered, like, pretty spewy, because then you're not gonna... I mean, we've never talked about Raid Shadow Legends at all. Not that we would accept, like, money from a freemium game, but, like, that's something you are supposed to care about a bit more. But, like, I know people who are, like, more of the, like, consistent players, let's say, want to see runs that don't just feature the start of the game over and over and over again. So I try and do it a little bit, but it's also maybe spewy a little bit. What are we doing looking at this menu? We should be looking at pops. So that's kind of what we're thinking, is we want something near the capital that has a decent chunk of pops to urbanize. That doesn't have a good RGO. I mean, keeping wool rural is, like, so much worse than it used to be. I think. Not because wool's bad, but... it doesn't give food anymore, so stacking a bunch of food stuff alongside it, it's, like, not as appealing. You know what? Maybe we are supposed to go for a capital. Or a governor. I know we're gonna eventually want one in York, and so... at least on a temporary basis, so it's really awkward that we can't city York yet. But maybe Boston we're supposed to city. This can only be good. Surely this will not result in a subsequent disaster. Sure. Yeah. And then we'll need to create a road. I think we actually have the mod on that turns us off, but... we'll create a road anyways, because we're not trying to... I mean, if it's time for if it's time for war, it's time for war, huh? Now maybe we can clip a navy. Gonna need to slow down a little here though. But clip a navy and get a naval trait so that when our air comes of age, we can get the 50 push. I think we maybe have enough subjects that we could set these guys to normal and not have them shit the bed. Okay. Did they? No. They're stuck in the thing. Are you using any mods right now? We're using a few. We are using a mod that affects where you can put governors, which is why I talked about the governor thing briefly, but then we're gonna build a road there regardless. But basically it makes it so that if you have like a road connection, or the thing we care about is if you have a road connection, it doesn't break naval governors, because I think that's silly. It makes you want to do weird exclave-y things that don't make sense. And then we're playing with a mod. I don't know if it's turned on. We're playing with the build-in construction manager. That is turned on. But then if we ever get like naval attrition from winter, we have a mod that just turns it off, because I just think it's like lame to have to deal with it. It's like it's just an unfun mechanic that doesn't it makes it so that like the primary thing you need to focus on is, or like the way I look at it is, I'm not interested from a time perspective in focusing on like only Navy or something like this. And it makes it so like you have to spend like 20% of your attention, I think, or around thereabouts, something like that, on the Navy, and like just shuffling around stuff in order to get maritime presence. And I just think that that's so spectacularly unfun that I'm just like, this is why we use the mod. Alright, we're gonna go to Calais. Are these guys shitting the bed? They may be shitting the bed a little bit. We'll have to slow things down. Why is my hotkey not working? What? Are you not in London? Are you not at London? Why can we not embark? What? What is this? What is going on? Okay. what the hell is this? Do they have 8,000 guys? Am I just like going crazy? No, they just have what? Okay. It's still worth it to build local governors on the coast. The governors are like, they have like very little upkeep, so like it's hard for it not to be worth it, yeah. Oh, you just mean in general putting them on the coast? Yeah. Because naval projection is just a little bit better. We literally transported troops like the normal way before. I don't understand why this is being weird now. Can we do it now? We have caps lock? Is that what's going on? No. It's like detaching units when we're playing. Hotkeys have been like weird and fucked up this patch. Let's just do that, I guess. It sucks because it actually makes this transport so much slower. Oh! Hold up. Okay. Actually, I think we still want the 7K headed this way. I can't read, so I did not see that, in fact, we had another gentleman in the forum. So this will get pretty big army. We're 22K. Wonder if we could set this on automated and have them not shit the bed. Flipping back and forth does take a while. I feel like this game is already over by mid-game and you're just going through the motions. That's kind of how I feel about it too, which is why, like, if I was having fun, like, playing really deep into 1600s, like, maybe I would do it. But, like, it can being both, like, not good for content and I'm not enjoying playing deep runs is, like, double don't want to, you know? Surely doubling hits of formables will keep it fresh, surely. And modifier stacking with formables. Okay, good. Try and clip Normandy here before they can get reinforced. Still maybe they're single filing a little bit here. But this is going to be a big battle for us. Go for that. I don't know. We set our control groups, so we didn't have to do it like this. This guy's diving deep. Diving in deep. Boom, 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 boom. Fuck. Mistakes were made. I still think we clipped this entire army. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Are we crossing a river? No. Once again, suggesting Wallachia, Bulgaria, Serbia. We might do... I think we're going to do a Serbia starting steps at the very least. I don't think we're going to overcomplicate it. I think that's going to be just like a one-and-done episode. Why is my embark not working? Dog, it takes so much longer to do it this way. Come here so we don't have to eat the penalty. No? Okay. He's not feeling that anymore. Alright, we'll deal with him then. Okay. That works too. The Dover. Why did you link up, dog? I split you for a reason. Oh, I hate that algorithm as much as I can. I do appreciate it. When people do that, it does help out. But it helps it to get recommended to more people. Alright. We do want to try and get... some naval battles won by our ruler. We want to get a naval trade. Ah, it's in the wrong spot. Ooh, 2 10k stacks. We do have to be a little bit careful here. The rest of this seems like it's going alright. What is he doing? We just couldn't use the automation. This should be good for us. Too many people, just 8,000? Yeah, but it will split off 8,000 normally if you do embark. Do you live on a racetrack? Inside of one, yeah. Did they touch manpower? I don't know if they touched it in 1.3.6, but they did want to reduce it by 2/3. Which is, like, they nerf mercs, and then they, like, you know, making manpower 3 times as expensive, like, is a choice. Like, if your goal is to, like, make mercs bad. So, like, mercs are gonna get good again, because they made manpower more expensive. Also, the maintenance... They made maintenance scale up as well, so, like, after 100 years, it's all maintenance on buildings is 50% more. So the manpower is, like, doubly gonna be more expensive type of thing. We're doing this. This is maybe a little bit silly, but... That is exactly what we wanted. Exactly what we were looking for. We'll now return him to safety. Is your son of age, my friend? How old is your boy? How old is your boy? We're doing this because if the heir is in charge of a navy, this helps out as well. You can see ruler has admiral trait. Did he not give heir has an admiral trait? Or heir leading navy? Wait, what? Okay, ruler is an admiral, heir is an admiral. Yeah. We take those. I think we have to cross a river to get there that way, so we'll go this way. Wait a hot second. Right. It, because this CV doesn't let us do that. That ish. In which case, let's just get this guy out of the fight. I wonder how much do we need to keep our military together? It doesn't look like very much. Looks like they're pretty much spent. So I think we're gonna move this 10k stack the other way, actually. What? Not Orléans. Wait, what? Did that just not work properly for them? Interesting. Why are we fighting Scotland? Because they were allied with France, and we declare on France with the event, or we get a truce, so we wanted to declare on them, so we took the declare. Serbia has an interesting locations market, but you can ally Bulgaria at the start and use the CV to take a big chunk out of biz. Franco-Croatia is more interesting. Yeah, but people want to see Serbia. Where the vote went to Serbia. Whenever I do the vote on like one of these like little ass tags, it like never ever wins. In terms of what people are interested in seeing. I mean, sometimes I make like an executive decision and I just do something like play Kilwa, but... Where are you headed, dog? I guess that works for us. They're locked in, you say? Locked in, you say? And of course, easy clap. What? How do they only have 45 troops? I refuse to believe it. I cannot believe it. I don't think we could take Cologne Market. We would love to. Okay, here it loads 3K. Why does it... Okay, whatever. Now it worked, like, where I can load 3K just by clicking the hotkey. Gonna have to have a little bit of a think as to what we want here. That's a lot. For one province, what? Gonna do a lot of returning cores. Polymer Stone, thank you for the... Wait, that's not the right one. But thank you for the follow from forever ago. Grab Bladder, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. I haven't been keeping up with the EU5 too much lately. What are your thoughts on 1.3 overall? It's an improvement. I think there are a lot of good things and then some maybe kind of weird things. I think that they were wanting to make mercs worse, but I don't think they succeeded, and then they wanted to buff serfdom and because they thought it was worse, and I don't think it's worse. So those are the kind of the weird things, but they made the AI better and a bunch of other improvements, UI improvements. Auto expand is now in the patch, which I think is like the biggest thing for the people who are not playing with the auto expand in the mod. Like, that is going to make your game feel so much better. Because we keep failing at it, so we want to watch you play it. Love to see it. I just played Kilwa, had plus 500 from trade and 1450 as a Merchant Republic. Cheap gold from Zimbabwe, saffron from Madagascar, and intermediate pepper trade, such good money. Very nice. I think that's probably better than what we did when we were Kilwa. Or how we did. Maybe we're supposed to siege the capital here. We can't even, like, get full war score from battles because all their armies are dead. maybe we occupy them themselves. Tours is kind of one of the bigger things. Can we not return state? No, we can't. Oh, the thing is, we're gonna have our subjects are gonna be so strong. We should have actually just made these things different, but it looks like Champagne and the other one are at the very least fiefdoms, and so we can give Champagne and God, people are gonna not realize I'm trolling with calling it Champagne. We can give Champagne and Aquitaine a whole bunch of states. That's ours. Just like the Iron Throne by right. I think everything we have a core on, we're just gonna grab. And then make this guy huge. Clean up the borders a little bit, maybe. And then point 2, we want to get them an entire state or province. Which they will have this one. And we'll have to grab that one. Aquitaine, we flipped our culture. So we maybe want to pump the brakes a little bit and give them a chance to convert more Gascons. Can I sort by point 2? No, of course not. No, I can't spell. That's what I can't do. Cool, cool, cool. Olney. and what's this one? Musignan. That looks funny. I'm not sure I like that. It's either that or just eat the antagonism for kind of no reason, though. Need to get a little bit more progress on this guy anyway. To do a 100% deal. It's also lay siege to Paris. Don't we just want to make them a PU, or are they still too big still? Annexing a PU takes forever. I'm not sure we're into it. Every day that France exists is a loss. Yeah. I'm not sure we can make him a PU here anyway. Oh, we could. I don't think we're into it. I think we're into this. I think we're into returning all the stuff first. Just generally. Because return is like really, really cheap. And we'll be able to get like subjects of more manageable, kind of like better sizes by doing it like this. If that makes sense. The AI is learning. They're deleting a bunch of their forts so they can actually eco up. But that doesn't make these wars easier once we're like already winning. How much do they hate that? Do they hate that because that cuts off their territory? They don't. But they are tracing proximity through that subject. So... we feed that to Orléans. Then maybe we want to get the occupation on there. So we can transfer that to Aquitaine, actually. Clone's now alarmed. He better be. They're involved in this war too. What's this? What's this? So this is looking pretty good for us. Obviously. We get the claim throne CB on Castile. PU annex of Britain took solid 50 years, like 50 years of the PU existing and passing all the integrations. PU. What's the status of the beta? I don't have time to do a playthrough on the beta, so waiting for the actual patch. Waiting for the patch probably seems decent. I think overall changes are good. There's some weird changes, but that's kind of come to expect, not agreeing with all the changes. A lot of balance changes. The introduction of estate buttons is probably one of the bigger kind of like new features, where they're pretty strong at this juncture. Issue with kill laws, you kind of just have issues with the export market because everyone around you produces similar goods. Yeah. But Merchant Republic's real good, so... Okay. So we can return months, whatever, right? Was it not occupied yet? Months de... It's not one of their cores? It is one of their cores. Oh, Almagnac, I didn't realize you had that type of game. I realized you had that dog in you. Okay, I mean, this is an amount. Maybe we just do this. Down to 66. Why is this take so long to load, man? What? But okay. Come here. Get ready to get shipped back. I think we got to peel a month before we can feed subject. Oh, we fed stuff to this guy for no reason, because we're stupid. He wasn't a subject of ours. He wasn't a subject of ours! That's not the worst thing that could happen, though. Okay. Those are cores. Do cores not drop off? When did they change that, man? Cores don't drop off anymore. I mean, I like that, but when did they change that? I don't remember reading that. Okay. Fair enough. Let's go quantity, let's go. One strategy is completely urbanize UK and leave French lands as your rural food focusing places. I think you can just urbanize most of it. Except for, like, you probably want to leave, like, decent food things. So, like, this is part of the construction manager, and what this does is it shows, like, the maximum top level food you can get out of locations, and gives you the option to, like, set up this food auto expand, which will build the very best things it could possibly build for food, as long as, like, you have potential workers and this type of thing. But I think you can urbanize almost everything except for the 8 food RGOs that are on this river. Maybe you can't do. We'll actually maybe turn on 2 of these. See what happens. We're about to finish the city up here in Saleh, Bueller, and then with that, we will be able to make a local governor. Not that I think we keep it around for that long, because we'll be able to get 80 procs up there easily with just 3 segments, but we're not pushing the naval yet, so we're pushing the naval. We're trying to push the naval. In fact, we can probably push it a little bit closer once our army maintenance is down. Oh, yes, we can get it above 50. Let's go! Harbor administration time, baby. Let's go for our actions. We can't appeal to commoners yet. A lot of these guys are indifferent now. We're improving relations with these guys that are remaining that are big. Hoping that they flip sides. I don't think that's how that works, though. I think that... No. I don't like to. Creation with trade, making 500 a month means burgers are making 300 a month, so their wealth is huge, and they have lots of demand with the new wealth scaling demand. Oh yeah, the fact that you don't need to breach 20 is probably so good for kill law. That's actually huge. Maybe I should write this down. Threshold. Consumption scaling. But also, the consumption scaling is not just threshold, but wealth. Both consumption and wealth are better now. Like, these are examples of, like, very nice changes in the patch, as well as auto-expand. Auto-expand is just, like, when people ask me what's different about the patch, like, my response should just be there's auto-expand. It's just, like, not as good as the mod auto-expand thing. Is, like, maybe, like... But that's... maybe, like, not even... That's a distraction, you know? The fact that it's not as good. Because we now have auto-expand. Soon we will have 51 naval here. Sorry, I was a little locked in. Champagne getting nice and full. When formed Great Britain? I got bad news. That's not the plan. But we have to we can't execute the plan. The plan is very awkward. Maybe the plan's stupid and we should just form Great Britain. The plan was to form Morocco. Although Morocco's tier 2, we could form Morocco and then Great Britain. Maybe this is the way we do it. We'll have to build up a navy so that we can go after them. Did our guy really die before we could push it? Holy shit, I'm pressed. Watch, this is gonna be 49. This is not gonna be all the way. Nope, it's 50. Alright. We're getting to 50. Watch, we'll just get a naval pip and it won't even matter. This one, we're not planning on passing it, but the noble estate satisfaction recovery is actually kind of really nice. Especially when we do shit like this. We're not intentionally revving, which is probably the way to play it, but here we can perform a reduction on them. Oh, we should have clicked all of our buttons before performing the reduction. Womp womp. Yeah, we definitely should have clicked all the buttons. But we're going to get a really fast recovery on them anyways. And I think we want elaborate court life. Maybe not. I think we want the merc contracts. They're just not very good right now. It gives them a lot of power right now, but we just want to get their stuff up. Take the Navy tradition. Hello, nurse. The massive power nobles is so nice for having really powerful parliaments. Alright, let's go for additional taxes. Contain professional armies. Do we want to pass this? Not really. How annoying do we want to be to Castile? Should have checked this before we did that, before we clicked the buttons. Okay. We're not necessarily taking Cadiz. Although Cadiz is pretty good. That's going to be easier for us to occupy. Yeah, we have a bigger navy than them. Alright, the second thing, though, is... don't really like Magna Carta. We're gonna switch it to Harbordman. which is going to allow us to push more, but right now we'll push serfdom, because we can get the serfdom above 50 as well. Sure, we'll say yes to the dresses. I'm pretty sure that you just don't care about artists at all, but we're just going to say yes for the RP. Unless they're, like, actively bad. And then here... Oh... Was it next stage we get the serfdom one? Feels bad. We want this eventually, but... Yeah, I get us next stage. Alright. Once we push serfdom all the way, we can start handing out privs that give the other side. I think we can take them by themselves, solo bolo. Maybe don't want to get into a war, though. I think we probably just want to wrap up. Hey, Generalist, how do you feel about the version of the beta compared to the earlier one? So much better. Well, the first one was unplayable. The first, it on release was, like, completely unplayable because it would just turbo-nuke the economy. Like, with some storage mechanic that was no good. Is a distraction just like the hexagons? Yeah, maybe. Maybe we should just form Great Britain. Don't let the dreams of slavery fool you. Slavery is so good in this game. It's not that slavery itself is so good, but it is that. It's that, like, pops are so good, and, like, that's the way you can get pops. Are you clicking the buttons? We are clicking the buttons. Not the Magna Carta? John would be so happy. John would be like, yes, we got rid of it. It was my fault, but we got rid of it. I think maybe we wrap up here. We played, what, 22 years? 21 years? Butchered, absolutely put France into the bucket. Look at this. Oh! Oh! Ugh! Terrible. Why does Generalist want to get marinated so much? Have you ever been in a mixture of an acid and a base and just been like, man, I am delicious? You're missing out. Do you play every game at this pace? Not like this. Pace shamed by chat. Kind of. It takes me a long time to play. I mean, like, there's... Look at this, we're sitting on gold. It's just burning a hole in our pocket. It's actively bad to just, like, sit on gold and have it do nothing. This type of thing. Did they do something with masonry supply in the last few weeks? They are you talking about the beta? Yes. On the beta, they did two things. One, they made it way stickier to collapse the price, and then following up, they made it easier to collapse the price slightly, or like they changed the math. But now it's like a linear price collapse. So here we have 0.6, I think, right? Or I think it's linear, roughly linear, and that goes into this. Or it's 0.79 right now, which is giving us a little over 20% discount. I do think there's a cap, but this means if you get the price to minus 20%, you get a 20% discount. So that is way more intuitive than the previous system. But they still have the mixed discounts here. So the way that this works is like masonry accounts for half of the discount, or it gives you a discount for each of the inputs, but it gives you a discount based on how much that input would save you. Because masonry accounts for half of the things that are used to construct this, this means that in order to save 20% off of it, you need twice as much masonry discount. So it gives you half the masonry discount as other things, if that makes sense. Which, like, it's a little bit rough. But what this means is that for the start of 1.3, collapsing prices, that was out. You functionally, like, could not collapse prices. Now you kind of can, and may be the case, because it's like pretty linear, that you should actually just subsidize a bunch of lumber and masonry and just like full YOLO it into like the wood chipper or whatever. It's just weighted average, right? No. Or for this, yes. Wait. Oh, does it end up being weighted average? God, I feel stupid if that's the case, but you're right, it might just end up being weighted average. You just, like, look at it and it looks like you're getting half the discount. But that's because it only accounts for half. You're right, it is just weighted average, it looks like. What I'm saying wasn't wrong, but it's just, like, a really shit way of explaining it. Because you could only get... Because this is only 50% of the inputs, you can only get half the discount from it. Or you only get half the discount from it, but you add it together with the other ones. No, I mean, this just looks like weighted average. But it didn't used to be weighted average. It used to just be some really convoluted bullshit. So maybe now it's weighted average. Oh, is that the change they made? They made it, like... Okay, they made it weighted average. Yeah, it used to be something, like, really convoluted, such that you could have, like, minus 33% on all these other goods. And not get minus 33%... Like, you could have the full discount on sand, lumber, masonry, when those things were consumed individually, but if all together, you would only have, like, half that discount. So they did update it. Yeah. 50% weight giving half the impact. No, but the thing is it used to not, the price collapse used to be, you didn't need to collapse the price very much, like 5% would do it, and then, or something like this, and then would collapse it like minus 33%, right? And it's all fiddly and weird, and now it just works like kind of normal. Or not normal, but like intuitively, where however big a discount you have on the, here, let's write, discounts have changed. But this is now way more intuitive. Because it used to just be a very strange system. I didn't realize that they changed it to just be proportionate. That's a nice change. Oh, that means we're probably back to the price collapse meta to some degree. Because it doesn't take a lot of supply to get masonry cheap. The problem is let's take a look at our effective demand. Oh, it's burger exports. That's right, they're barely gonna fucking count. Oh, this is probably... So for a while, like, the price collapse meta was dead in the 1.3. Now it might be back. What was it, years ago they tried to take over the world. They're back. Not like this. Discount is capped at 33% for multi-good inputs. Okay, so it's capped at minus 33%. Good amount of bank to spend on. Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan, but I think we're going to cap it for today. Anglican theocracy seems decently interesting. I want glass to be top tier industry. Glass is like way better than it used to be, but top tier. Glass is weird because where is it? Where's Harvey Dent? The it's weird, like the masonry. I don't know if masonry rights is good or bad. I think it's kind of bad. So glass output. Maybe it's one you pair with the tools output, because you're looking to be like net positive, and it's 25% instead of 20%, because most of these are 20%, but multiple industries. And you don't want to stack multiples, but the fact that you only get one industry with the glass is kind of a bit of a bummer. But really good in places where I guess you have like sand and the... Well, actually, just if you're giving out masonry rights, you're just also producing masonry, because that's quite a bit. Maybe that's good. I slapped that masonry rights along granary with rocks and sand. Yeah. You can stack a lot of levels of masonry in the city to get prod efficiency, free up buildings at other locations. Yeah, maybe that's the way to look at it. I like it in masonry towns. The way I look at it is like the masonry is just like an add-on that you kind of get to do. The presence of these, I think they were introduced last patch, right? We maybe make a video on urban rights. But the presence of urban rights, like, significantly decreases the value or the importance of building capacity, because you're now only focused on 2 to 3 industries per location. And so this means that everyone has a lot of room for masonry and granaries. I feel like you need the output bonus to make masonry worth it. Well, masonry is not, like, worth it in the traditional sense. It's worth it in the sense that you need to spam granaries everywhere. Like, you just need the masonry. Granaries eat so much. And, like, that's how you get pop growth. Look at this. 0.75. Never mind that the 2% growth. Large food storage and profits, 0.34. Like, this is how you... Population's just so valuable, there's not really anything you can do to increase it very actively except for spamming granaries everywhere. But what happens if it's tier 3 production, you barely fit industry in some cities? At that point, maybe you could just delete the granaries. Or delete the masonry. Because as good as they are, like, the entire point of pop growth is, like, compounding growth and, like, actually having pops. And this is an effect that takes place over the course of a long time period, but also the growth that you get from granaries is effectively flat pop growth. It's not like proportionate flat pop growth, so it's going to fall off as you start to have 50 to 100,000 pops or something like this. Allows you to urbanize over clay stone, yeah. I see the whole point of my eco game is to support max granaries, greenhouses, and masons. Yeah. I deleted granary and granary rights on some big towns. I don't know exactly the threshold when it starts getting bad, but, like, I think they're, like... You're not going to be getting very much pop growth proportionally from, like, on China or something like this. If you have, like, 200,000 pops already. And then, like, the closer you get to the end of the game, like, the worse stuff like dev growth is. Like, dev growth's just, like, not gonna matter that much anymore. Like, and research speed and just a lot of things fall off because there are things that are good for, like, an extended period of time or compound and this type of thing, and they're just, like... The research, the amount of additional text you will get with 5% research decreases as the game goes on. By, like, a lot. Especially because you get a lot of percent research speed anyways from embracing institutions. You had 350,000 pops on Canterbury? Wild. And, yeah, it completely bricking Pop's ability to leave is, like, a weird effect for the urban rights. So at one point, yeah, let him out. Maybe makes some sense. But anyways, I think we will be continuing this run. We'll see. I know that the VODs will get more views generally if we just, like, kind of do one and dones, but maybe we take a little bit of a vote whether people want, like, a series of one and dones for the stream games or if they want us to play out this quite a bit more. I imagine we kind of want to play it out a bit more. We also probably can play a bit faster once we... Or especially because we already got the first phase of, like, the 100 Years' War resolved. The phase of, like, you actually have one spooky war, and now it's just, like, cleanup time. And this should put us in a pretty good spot. God, it feels so disgusting because now we have an alliance with Castile as well. So we can pull Castile into a war with France. God, it's... But also, Castile can't mess with us, and we'll go after Morocco next time. Maybe we do... I still want to form Morocco for the tech and then flip back to Great Britain, maybe, instead of flipping Spain. But, yeah. I feel like we had a lot more viewers for this, too. It's been a while since I've streamed EU5. But, I think that people kind of want to see big countries, and they want to see, like, stuff that they're playing rather than some weird, like, smaller thing. A problem with efficiency is the power that's front-loaded, which means, which is where we don't need the power. Wait, what? I'm not sure I understand. Efficiency modifiers in general? You're, like, responding to a discussion from forever ago. JG John Blow, thank you for the follow. It's got a interesting cadence to it. John Blow, thank you for the follow. Eating some marshmallows. What? The video was interesting, but it got bricked. Yeah, I mean, I was interested to spin up 100 dev and see what happened, but it was obviously silly and stupid, too. Diminishing returns and are more powerful early? Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. I mean, I agree. I think that, like, making stuff free, though, is just, like, craziness. Like, what is it? The Gov Reform, Merchant Republic, overseas buildings used to not just apply to the trade buildings only. It used to be every building. And so, on Venice, I did this in my Venice game before release, and then they nerfed it before release. I was kind of frustrated. Because I did like an AAR on it, but Merchant Republic, what you would do is you'd be annexing a subject, and right before the annexation finishes, you queue up like 200 buildings in the subject. And your discount on overseas buildings applied to all of the buildings you could build, not just the trade-oriented ones. And so you would get 200 buildings for minus 90% cost because you stacked it up. And so you get 200 buildings for the price of 20, which is insane. And then the annexation would flip and they'd just all be queued up. And you would just go brrr, and it was insane. And obviously should be nerfed. But I was planning on doing content and like a video around it, and then it's like nerfed like right before release. And it's just like, alright. Okay. And I gave a bunch of feedback about Venice and stuff too, but that was like, my practice run got completely scuffed my like actual release run. And then I didn't want to play Venice anymore, but like we had to get approval for the countries we would play, mainly because they just didn't want the countries to overlap. And like I was already like on Venice or whatever. But, do you start with a bunch of royal forests? Should probably get rid of those. Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about deleting them. I was just like, I don't think they're the absolute... I think there's maybe a context where they're kind of, like, make sense, but yeah, let's get rid of them. The console exists if you want silly and stupid, though. Kind of. You can't just, like... You have to have a really silly and stupid premise that's, like, weird in order to make videos of, like, console stuff. Like, didn't, like, Lemon Cake make every single location gold? Like, that's funny. Being a content creator certainly seems like a life choice, but both bro fighting the big fight, it do be like that sometimes. But, I don't know, it's kind of Paradox games in general. Wait, we hate Royal Forests? I don't know who said they are good. Someone at the start of the stream was talking about it. We talked about it briefly. I just think, like, I can imagine a context where it's, like, kind of okay. The monthly dev growth, like, so how bad this minus dev growth is changes depending on how much dev growth you actually have and how much of the game remains. But the local crown power is generally not going to make a difference. If you make the argument that you should build this on gold and silver very, very specifically, I think I would bite on that. Like, because the control there is actually really valuable. But then you're also getting less dev, so it'll take longer for you to generate. You're getting a little bit more dev, or you're getting less dev, so it'll take longer for you to generate enough, an additional level of the silver, basically. Because the way max levels work is it's like an aggregation of some other things that gives you a score. And so if we look at our maximum number of levels, we'll see development is giving us plus 1700, and then there's some multiplicative modifiers and such. And so we would get less of this modifier. But if the question is over the course of, like, it's somewhat of a math question, but, like, over the course of the game, are you going to get more from that extra control, or are you going to get more from, like, getting more dev? And it's probably you get more from control, but then also this Royal Forest has to pay for itself, and it affects the consumption of the pops present, but that's not really that important, the development of the pops present in the rural locations. But, like, you don't want this, like, on a food place, or, like, a place that's not having a massive tax base or something like this. Lemon Cake does great stuff, too. Yeah, I like Lemon. We should do a State of the Game with Lemon. Don't understand what I said? Skips the explanation? Not like this. We need to push the power back, not forward. The game is already too quick, and things are already too easy, and things, and if things are efficiency modifier, you get all the power early. We need to push the power back, not forward. But the power at the end was just, like, way too much. But, it's probably the case, especially income now is better than income later, as well, by, like, a large margin. So, like, trading dev for income is probably going to be worth it in a lot of cases. I feel like you want dev on those provinces even more than others, though. You absolutely want dev on these provinces more than others. But if you already have, like, plus 50% dev modifiers, the nominal decrease in development's not that big. But if you have, like, minus 60% dev modifiers, then you're decreasing your dev gain by 25%. But, like, maybe you're just trying to cash in on the location. The dev lets you scale up pops, migration, etc., though. Probably still better. I mean, I don't... I think you can make an argument for the control being better. It also depends on how much control it has. Because making... dev making a location better that only has 20 control and perma has 20 control is a lot less valuable than dev making a place that has, you know, 95 control already. Like, if you have 95 control, the Royal Forest is, like, worse than if you have, like, 50 control. Right? Because the control proportionally is not scaling you up anywhere near as much. Have you tried Shadow Empire? I have not. Maybe once you tick over a certain number of additional RGOs. Well, like, another thing is, like, yeah, if you're, like, 300 years into the game... and you just tick to the next level of RGO, it's actually going to be quite a large amount of time before you get to the next level of RGO. And the dev growth doesn't benefit you at all during that time period, right? Whereas the control would. So there's a theoretical point where there's not enough time left in the game, and you won't get enough new levels, such that the control is definitely better at a certain point in the game. Right? You know what I'm saying? Because there's not enough years left in the game of having higher level count for it to be better than just getting more cash now, which you call JG Wentworth. 877 cash now. But, yeah. You're presumably doing this in a core with a bailiff with premium RGO, so it should have decent control at start. Yeah, no, that's fair. You presumably have a bailiff and a core at this point. Or you have to have a core in order to build the royal forest, so... I always start with putting it on and then later delete it when the money isn't as important. But you also have to pay the upfront cost of it. Like, it has to be... It can't just be very, very slightly better. It has to be considerably better to justify, like, paying for it to begin with. I thought Cornwall had a special building to protect their culture. They do, but you can just, release it as a subject and then flip them. Which is what we did here. Datty. We did Cornwall dirty, is what we did. We maybe annex them next, actually. But you can see they are upset about us annexing them. Or not annexing, sorry, culture flipping them. JG on speed dial lately. Yeah, 877 cash now. Not sponsored, by the way. In Italy, you start with Padova, and then you switch culture to 1,000,000 and burghers privilege. In first 10 years, you start with an enormous amount of dev growth, plus with a whole bunch of wetlands around you. Yeah. So what does the demand for marble, books, and fine cloth look like? Yeah, let's check that real quick before we head out. But I was shocked that marble actually had some demand. Yeah, like, we build one extra marble and it goes away, but, wait, what the hell? What is this? There was way more local demand a while ago. What happened? Did it just bug out? Okay, there's a very small amount, and this doesn't look like pop demand. This looks like a building demand. God, do we not get a breakdown? I do not like the system where they show imports and exports instead of effective supply and effective demand, man. Is it just completely opaque where the demand is coming from? That's silly. I feel like some of these government buildings do... Yeah, like Royal Garden does use marble. Not price, go to the left. Okay. Thank you. But yeah, this doesn't look good. The pop consumption here is dead. It was 5 from burgers before, I think. Yeah, it was. It was like an insane amount from burgers. Do they not have enough money? I mean, we're taxing them a decent amount. I would not be shocked if they were negative, yeah. Which means we are creating fake money. The wealth impact. I think the only estate that probably has positive money is these guys, and they got a shitload. We don't have enough like urban locations, and the baseline amount proportion split for the nobles is very good for them. But as you get more and more burghers, it really starts turning the tide. But we're not like that developed in that regard yet, and we have like the saffron here. That's not going to burghers, except we've got a little bit of burger action here. Casually taxing them all their money. I wonder if taxing them less would it be a net boost to income? If it stimulates the demand to jump prices. It depends how much you value the burger's income. Yeah. If we tax them less and then they ate more goods, this would be good. The thing is right now we're taxing them so that they actually are getting negative ducats, and the negative ducats is like manna from heaven. It's free money. Because nobody pays for those negative ducats. We just get them. And so what we would need is if they ever get to break even, then taxing them less maybe makes sense, because then they get to keep the money and they spend it on roads. They aren't building roads for you? Womb womp. Yeah, womb womp indeed. I hate it when my womb gets womped. This is, in fact, very uncomfortable. It's big true. But the burgers will get more money. We could also pay more for trade, and they would get a big proportion of the trade. I like that it only auto-corrected the first one, not both. That's a womb womp if I ever saw one. When it only auto-corrects the first one, it's like a double tap, but instead of a tap, it's a womb womp. Not like this. This isn't how we drew it up. But I think we're wrapped up here, boys. I hope everyone enjoyed. We'll maybe do a poll as to whether or not we want to see a bunch of kind of starts with countries, or we want to continue with England. But anyways, other than all that... Oh wait, we didn't even do the YouTube algorithm stuff. Anyways, let's not do it this time. Bye everyone. Take care for the YouTubers, and for the Twitch people, we'll say we're actually going another